He's talking about a couple of keys. We talked about the strong Nationals pitching staff. We saw them really good in games 1 and 4. We talked about the Cardinals' juggernaut offense. We saw them flex their muscles in game 2 and 3. We also talked about the experience of the Cardinals in the postseason, the lack of experience by the Nationals. But when you get down to a deciding game, an elimination game, you can throw it all out the window. Whichever team executes better is going to win tonight.
And pitching, of course, is so key. And tonight we have a rematch of the opening game starters. Adam Wainwright, coming off of Tommy John surgery, started 32 games for the Cardinals. And young Gio Gonzalez won 21 games. No one won more in the big leagues.
Adam Wainwright has been a really good pitcher throughout the regular season in his career. He's rapidly developing into a big-time postseason winner. Gio Gonzalez only gave up 1 hit in 5 innings in game 1, but he walked 7. You know he'd like to show better than that tonight.
And we know, of course, about the stars and who might be heroes in a deciding game, but very often it's an unlikely hero.
Well, your stars get you to this point, Dick, but at this point, anybody could be the hero. Pete Kozma may play the part of Bucky Dent. It might be Kurt Suzuki playing the part of Gene Tennis. Think back to last year in the postseason. David Freese, a relative unknown on a veteran Cardinals ball club, put together one of the best postseasons in Major League Baseball history. And back to 08 with the Phillies, a star-laden team. A young Jason Worth hit .309 with 2 homers and 7 doubles.
So the stage is set, and the crowd yelling, Gio, Gio, and he will take the mound shortly. Starting lineups coming up. Aerial view of Washington at night. 53 degrees as we get underway on a clear evening. Well, it's a deciding game. All hands on deck, and David Aldridge has the update on the pitching plan. David?
Well, as you said, Dick, just about everybody available for both sides. For Washington, the only pitchers who won't go for sure tonight, Game 4 starter Ross Detweiler and Jordan Zimmerman, who came in and struck out the side in the 7th inning. For St. Louis, their Game 4 starter Kyle Loesch also won't go. Neither will Chris Carpenter. Mike Matheny just wants to be extra careful with Carpenter. He's only started 4 games since coming off of that surgery in July. And it's also not likely that Lance Lynn will see any action tonight. Lynn gave up the home run to Jason Worth yesterday, but it would only be because, like with Washington and Jordan Zimmerman, the Cardinals may need Lynn to start Game 1 of the National League Championship Series on Sunday against the Giants. Nick?
All right, David, and both managers have used the same starting lineups for every game in the series. The Cardinals with John Jay leading off in center field. Carlos Beltran will be in right. Matt Holliday hitting third in left field. Alan Craig, the cleanup hitter, at first. Yadier Molina behind the plate, followed by David Freese at third base. Daniel Descalso will be the second baseman hitting seventh. Pete Kozma, the shortstop, in the eighth slot, and Adam Wainwright, the pitcher, batting ninth against Gio Gonzalez. And that's exactly who the Nationals want to have on the mound in this game.
21 game winner during the regular season. He's a guy that generally keeps the ball in the ballpark. Surrendered only 9 home runs in 199 in the third innings pitched this year. Relies heavily on a sinking fastball, has a real good curveball to go along with it, and a straight changeup. Really could not command any of his pitches in the early going in Game 1. Davey Johnson hoping that Gio will settle in and be at his best from the beginning here tonight.
And as you mentioned, gave up only 1 hit in 5 innings, and he walked 7, also threw a wild pitch, and those 7 walks were matching a career high for Gio Gonzalez, a bubbly personality to say the least. At 27 years old, native of Hialeah, Florida. Let's take a look at the umpiring crew. Calling balls and strikes will be Alfonso Marquez. Ed Hickox is at first. Paul Emmel at second. And Marvin Hudson will be the umpire at third. Joe West, the crew chief, down the left field line. And Jim Joyce will man the right field line.
Let's take a look at the Nationals defensively behind Gio Gonzalez tonight. Michael Morse will be out in left field. Bryce Harper out in center looking to get on track. Jason Worth, the hero of last night's ball game, out in right field. It'll be Zimmerman, Desmond, Espinoza, and LaRoche third to first across the infield. Kurt Suzuki's done an outstanding job, as has Yadier Molina, blocking pitches in the dirt in this series. And left-hander Gio Gonzalez, the ace of the staff, taking the mound here tonight.
Cardinals have been in this position before. A year ago, they lost to the Phillies in the first game of the NLDS. Won Game 4. The game was in St. Louis, and they came to Philadelphia and knocked out the Phillies. Davey Johnson has been here before and has been a successful manager, 4 times leading his team to postseason. The only other skipper ever to do it was Billy Martin.
I'll say this, Dick, for both managers, Davey Johnson and Mike Matheny, a couple of very cool customers. And we've had an opportunity to talk to them throughout this series, and both guys have insisted all along they're not going to do anything differently. They're going to do what they did to get their teams to this point, and we thank them both for their professionalism throughout this series.
They are calm, cool, collected guys. They've been around, and nothing dramatic from either dugout. John Jay steps in to start the game. Lefty against lefty in the first pitch. Misses outside, ball 1. Gio Gonzalez had the 6th best ERA, 2.89, and was 4th in the National League at strikeouts with 201. 2-0 to Jay, who's batting .250 with 4 runs batted in. And Gonzalez falls behind the leadoff hitter, 3-0. Jay hit a sacrifice fly, driving in a run in that first game against Gonzalez.
Davey told us about Gio Gonzalez in Game 1 when he walked 7 Cardinals hitters. Said he thought maybe he got a little bit too caught up in the moment, a little too much adrenaline, a little too pumped up to start the ball game.
There's a line drive to center field, and Bryce Harper to his right makes the catch. And Jay is retired for the first out of the game. And that will bring up Carlos Beltran.
And one thing about Gio Gonzalez in Game 1, Dick, he was missing high, he was missing low, he was missing in, he was missing away. He missed with his fastball, he missed with his curveball. it's not like Steve McCaddy, the pitching coach, could go out there and tell him, hey, here's what you're doing wrong. He was spraying the ball all over the place, especially in that second inning.
He walked 4 in that inning. Now facing Beltran. Beltran hitting .333 with 2 homers and 4 runs batted in. And both of his home runs and RBIs have come against southpaws in this series. Beltran pops it out of play, and it's 0-2. Beltran has never had a hit against Gonzalez. Neither has Matt Holliday, who's the on-deck batter. And lifted into center field, a soft liner that drops for a base hit. So Beltran is on with 1 out here in the Cardinal first.
Carlos Beltran, a .356 lifetime hitter in the postseason before this base hit, so that'll go up even more. I'll tell you, when he's done playing this game, Carlos Beltran will go down as one of the greatest postseason players offensively in the history of this game.
Big pickup by the Cardinals this year. And here's Matt Holliday hitting .188, only 3 for 16. All 3 of his series hits came in Game 3, and all were singles as he swings and misses for a strike. Strike 2. Just getting a piece of it. Reaching for the outside pitch.
Excuse me, Dick. After last night's game, Ryan Zimmerman said he was exhausted. I think these fans are going to be exhausted if they keep up this pace. Many of the crowd here at Nationals Park on their feet already here in the first inning.
And how about the finish? 13 pitches before Jason Worth lined one into the bullpen to end things and put the Nationals into this deciding game. Holliday goes down swinging, and there are 2 out. Beltran remains at first.
Gonzalez, his ability to command that curveball and throw it for strikes when he wants to, and throw it like this in 2 strike counts, bounce it out there near the inside corner and get the swinging strikes. That's going to be a huge key for Gio Gonzalez and the Nationals tonight, his ability to command the curveball.
So with 2 out and a runner on, here's Alan Craig, the cleanup hitter and the Cardinal first baseman. He and David Freese lead the Cardinals with 6 hits. And a breaking ball in for the strike. Craig is hitting .400, has a homer and 2 runs batted in, and the only game that he did not hit safely was the opening game of the series. One and one, the count to Craig. Nationals have won the close games 3-2 in game 1, 2-1 in game 4, and runaway wins by the Cardinals in games 2 and 3. Two and one now to the first baseman.
You know, Dick, with 2 outs in the inning and a runner at first base, the Nationals are playing in their no doubles defense. The idea is to play deep enough to make sure Beltran cannot score from first base on an extra base hit. Cut off those balls in the gap. One byproduct of that, however, is a ground ball that rolls through the infield. Should be very easy for Beltran to go first to third.
2-2 now as Craig fouls it off. When Gio Gonzalez has started a game here in D.C., the Nats are 10-4 this year. And in the air to center field, and Bryce Harper coming in, and he'll make the catch. And that'll retire the Cardinals, who don't score in the first, and the Nationals are coming up. Out there, batting order. Jason Worth leading off. Game-winning home run last night. Bryce Harper hitting second. Ryan Zimmerman in the third slot. And Adam LaRoche batting cleanup. Michael Morse batting fifth. Ian Desmond in the sixth spot. Danny Espinosa, the switch hitter, in the seventh position. Kurt Suzuki batting eighth. Gio Gonzalez batting ninth. Against the veteran right-hander, 31-year-old Adam Wainwright, 14-13 on the year in 32 starts, and led his team in strikeouts.
See his numbers during the regular season. Also, you see at the bottom there his numbers from game one of this series. Scattered 6 hits. He did walk 3 batters, but the 10 punch-outs allowed him to get out of some tough jams. He features a fastball that he'll sink and cut, a curveball, a slider, occasional straight changeup. He has really been good in the postseason, and the early innings are a key because Mike Matheny told us that they're not going to ride him very long. If he shows signs of struggling early on, don't be surprised to see Matheny go to the bullpen.
So here is Jason Worth, who had not homered since September the 8th before lining one into the bullpen in the 9th inning on the 13th pitch from Lance Lynn, and the first pitch, ball one.
Just absolutely set this place off last night. A 13-pitch at bat, ending up with a 406-foot home run deep to left field.
1 ball, 1 strike to Worth, who's hitting .250 and has struck out 6 times. He'll be followed by Bryce Harper and Ryan Zimmerman here in the first. Curveball, line down the left field line, and that's going to be a fair ball. Extra bases for Worth. Matt Holliday retrieves, and a double for Jason Worth to start Washington's first.
Jason Worth was a .333 hitter against curveballs during the regular season. Gets one to his liking this time from Adam Wainwright. He's able to keep it fair down into that left field corner. Doesn't look like the fans are going to sit down anytime soon.
So the Nationals looking to jump ahead in this 5th game, and Bryce Harper coming to the plate, and he will turn in 4 days 20 years of age. And the 19-year-old 1 for 18 in this series. What an experience for him, but as Davey Johnson said, remember, he's 19. Ball one inside. Cosma is trying to keep Worth as close to second as possible, shading over there. Now he moves back almost to normal position. And Harper trying to move the man to third base.
He's only 1 for 18 in the series, Dick, but with a productive out here, he could move Jason Worth into scoring position.
In the air to center field. John Jay going back, and he's not going to get this one. It's off the wall. Worth will score easily. Harper rounds second. Here comes the relay and the throw, and it's bounced in the dirt. But backing it up is Adam Wainwright. And on at third is Harper with a triple, and the Nationals take a 1-0 lead. What a time to break out of your slump.
Well, that'll move the runner, Dick. A line drive off the wall in center field will usually advance a runner. John Jay got a little too close to the barrier there, and the ball bounces away from him far enough to allow Bryce Harper to turn the corner at second and go chugging into third base with an RBI triple.
So a double and a triple to start the first inning for the Nationals, and Ryan Zimmerman coming to the plate. And it didn't take long for this crowd to explode here. Zimmerman hitting .375 in the series with a homer and 2 runs batted in. Ball one outside. Wainwright struck out at least 1 in every inning he worked in the opening game. Worked 5 2/3 innings. In fact, he struck out 2 batters in 4 of the 5 innings. In the air, that's going to score a run and maybe more. And it's looking up, and it's gone. It's a home run. Ryan Zimmerman, 2-run homer.
Cutter out over the plate. Ryan Zimmerman, a really good opposite field power hitter, just drives that one to the big part of the ballpark. Plenty of power to get that one out of here. Well, the Nationals are a single away from the cycle here. We're only 3 hitters into the game.
So Zimmerman, who singled against Wainwright in game number 1, hits his second home run of the series. Now with 4 runs batted in, a double by Worth. Harper's triple, Zimmerman's home run, and all of them solidly hit against Adam Wainwright. And that'll bring up Adam LaRoche. Veteran Nationals first baseman homered last night. Both of Washington's runs came on homers. LaRoche early and Worth to win it in the 9th. In fact, both hits by LaRoche have been home runs in this series, and takes strike 1 from Wainwright. One and one to the first baseman. And Bob, I don't think this crowd ever sat down when they got into this park.
I don't even know if they went to bed last night, Dick. I think they just stood outside in line waiting to get back in here for game 5.
Ball and 2 strikes as Wainwright catches the inside corner. And the count is 2-2. Wainwright pitching in a meaningful game after missing the 2011 postseason, trying to pitch the Cardinals into the NLCS, but runs afoul of some extra base hits, including a home run here in the Washington first. Three to nothing to score, and the count is 2-2 to LaRoche. Curveball, and LaRoche strikes out. So Wainwright can exhale to an extent. He gets the first out here in the bottom of the first inning. 1 away.
Well, wait a moment. Let's take a look at the Cardinals defensively here tonight. Same lineup we've seen throughout this series. Holiday in left, Jay in center, Beltran in right field. Freeze, Cosma, Descalso, and Alan Craig third to first across the infield. Yadier Molina and his 4 gold gloves behind the plate. powerful right-hander Adam Wainwright.
So that'll bring up the number 5 hitter, Michael Morse, who is hitting 200, 3 for 15, 0 for his last 7. Hit 31 home runs last year for the Nationals, a career high, and he cuts and misses for strike 1.
Now Morse, much like Ryan Zimmerman, a really good power hitter to center field and to right field. Pulls the ball on the ground, but when he hits it in the air, it's generally to center field or the opposite way.
1 ball and 1 strike. Then we talked about how the Nationals were a power-driven team all the way down the line. They were 2nd in home runs, 4th in batting in the National League this year. And jumping on Wainwright for 3 runs here in the bottom of the 1st. 2-1 now to the Nats left fielder.
Even the middle infielders for the Nationals are capable of hitting for some power. Ian Desmond with 25 home runs on the season. Second baseman Danny Espinosa had 17.
And the breaking ball on the corner, 2-2. Ian Desmond, the shortstop, who's had a hot series with the bat, is on deck for Washington. Infield playing straight away and back. And Morse strikes out. So Wainwright strikes out LaRoche and Morse after giving up 3 extra base hits, including a 2-run homer.
Back-to-back strikeouts with the curveball for Adam Wainwright. Looking to Adam LaRoche, this time swinging by Michael Morse as he bounces that one just behind the tip of home plate to get the swing and a miss.
So with 2 down, here is Ian Desmond, the shortstop, leading the Nationals with 7 base hits and hitting .467. Now Desmond had a pair of singles against Wainwright in Game 1.
Under very tough conditions, Dick. You remember how bad the shadows were that day at Busch Stadium, but the very short, abbreviated, quick swing that Ian Desmond features plays well at all times of the day or night.
In fact, this is the only game we've had in this series where we can safely say shadows are not a factor. And it's strike 2 as Marquez rules that Desmond went around. So Wainwright with 2 out, bases clear, ahead of Desmond, no balls, 2 strikes. And striking out on a breaking pitch, so Wainwright strikes out the side, but the damage is done. Jason Worth leading off with a double. Bryce Harper, who only had 1 hit, with a triple, and then the 2-run homer by Zimmerman. 3-0 Nationals after 1. Nationals lead 3-0 into the top of the second. Play TBS Social Dugout presented by Samsung Galaxy S3. Predict the plays before they happen, score points, compete against your friends, and earn rewards. Download the app by visiting tbs.com/social dugout. Yadier Molina will start it off against Gio Gonzalez, who now is staked to a 3-run lead. Fouls off the first pitch. Molina hitting 143 in the series and 0 for his last 9 officially.
Nationals have done a nice job of keeping the traffic off base ahead of Yadier Molina. I mentioned it in a previous game of this series. He's a much better hitter when he's got defensive holes to shoot for.
Danny Espinosa throws out Molina for the first out here in the second inning. You know, Bob, you pointed this out before the game. You said that the Cardinals had a record of 9-17 on Fridays. Now, they won on Monday, and that was their best day of the week. But they're 9-17 Friday. But let's keep in mind they beat the Braves in the wild card game on Friday. And last year they were 3-0 in postseason on this date. So make of it what you will.
Yeah. Friday, usually the first game of a new series. It could have something to do with it, but I think, you know, that's one of those regular season stats that you can throw out the window this time of year.
If we had a window, we toss it. Here's David Freese, 6 for 15, hitting .400 with an RBI. So the bad news for the Cardinals, they trail 3-0, and looking at the good news, they have a lot of innings to get back in this game. Here's the 2-0 pitch. And Gonzalez falls behind Freese 3-0 as he did to John Jay, the leadoff hitter. In there. Base hit to left field for David Freese, a 1-out single. So Freese now with his 7th hit of the series leads the team. 1 out, 1 on to Descalso.
You know, the book on David Freese is just to try to stay away, and this time he reaches out across the plate and pulls that ball back through the hole on the left side of the infield. Yeah, sometimes against a good hitter, especially a guy with the kind of power that David Freese possesses, limit the damage. A single through the left side of the infield with 1 out is not the worst thing that could happen.
Well, last year's Mr. October on at first base, and here is Descalso hitting .214, but he has a home run hit in St. Louis. The first pitch, ball 1 to the second baseman. He's 0 for his last 6. Something off that pitch, gets away, no advance. And Kurt Suzuki will go out to the mound to talk to his pitcher.
Well, even with a 3-run lead in the ball game early, you don't want to continually pitch from behind in the count to this Cardinals offense. They will make you pay.
Their bats in game 2 and 3, they won 12-4 and 8-0. Here's the 2-0 pitch and a strike, letter high to Descalso. 2 balls and a strike. Freese, who got the Cardinals' 2nd hit of the game with 1 out, with the lead at first. Good pitch by Gonzalez there. 2-2 to Descalso.
Gio Gonzalez can be sneaky quick. He throws in the low to mid 90s. He'll pitch consistently at 91, 92, but if he needs a little extra, he can reach back.
2-2 pitch, and staying alive is Daniel Descalso, who this year, despite hitting from the left side, bat .309 against left-handed pitchers. Talked about how the Nationals homegrown. A lot of players drafted have emerged, but Gio Gonzalez, still young at 27, was acquired from the Oakland A's last December for 4 prospects, and that was one of the big trades that Mike Rizzo was able to pull off. And it remains 2-2.
Grinding, battling at bats that the Cardinals are notorious for up and down their lineup. Get the 2 strikes, you're feeling pretty good about yourself. Try to put Descalso away, and he just wastes good pitch after good pitch after good pitch, waiting for Gonzalez to make a mistake he can handle.
8th pitch coming up next. Descalso strikes out. 2nd strikeout for Gonzalez, and there are 2 down. And let's check in with David Aldridge.
Dick, you just mentioned how Mike Rizzo has helped rebuild this system. When he said when he got here in 2006, this farm system and the international scouting was actually worse than an expansion team, and he would know because he was on the ground with the Arizona Diamondbacks in 1988. They rebuilt their presence in the Dominican Republic. He hired a bunch of scouts. He really believes in scouting. He says, look, they use sabermetrics. They believe in it as one tool. But he said, when in doubt, I trust those instincts of a scout more than I trust the numbers. Dick?
There you have it. Cosma, strike 1 to him as Ed Hickox indicated that he did go around on the swing. So the count is 0-1 to Cosma, who has a 3-run homer in this series. That was in the game 3 against Edwin Jackson. And now Gonzalez, who is behind many of the hitters, is ahead of Cosma. 2 strikes. 2 out. David Freese with a 1-out single on at first. There goes Freese, and the throw to second base. They got him easily. Suzuki made a good play. That wasn't a fastball that he had to throw the ball back. And Freese is out at second base. And that'll do it for the Cardinals in the 2nd inning. Adam Wainwright struck out the side after being hit hard with extra base hits to start the game. Double, triple, and a 2-run homer by Ryan Zimmerman. And Danny Espinosa, the number 7 hitter, will lead off in the second. Switch hitting second baseman has 1 hit in the series. And as Bob mentioned, 17 home runs this year. He had 21 as a rookie last season. One and 0. Popped up, and that will go out of play.
And talking about Danny Espinosa before the ball game today, Davey Johnson said he thinks maybe his average took a beating last year at the end of the season because he was trying so hard to get to that 20 homer mark. Same thing happened again this year. He was hitting over 260 with about a month to go in the season. But in an effort to get to 20 homers again, that average dropped down in the high 240s by the end of the season.
And he's been a strikeout victim, but he hits this one out to left field where Matt Holliday camps under it. And Espinosa's retired, 1 out, bringing up the 8th hitter in the lineup tonight for Washington, catcher Kurt Suzuki. Suzuki had an RBI single in the second inning against Wainwright in game 1, but hasn't had a hit since. 1 for 13. And another contributor from the Oakland A's. Picked up in a deal early in August. Strike 1.
The Nationals had a lot of injury problems at the catcher position early in the season. And when everybody did come back healthy, they weren't real pleased with the production they were getting behind the plate. So they went out and got Kurt Suzuki, and he really solidified that position, both offensively and defensively.
Wilson Ramos hurt his knee in May, and Jesus Flores, who is still the backup and until the Suzuki trade, was the catcher for the Nationals. So Davey Johnson very high on getting Suzuki. And the count was 1-2. What a great story for this Washington National team, with a franchise that has really known mostly disappointment, and this is the 3rd different Washington team to represent the city. The first 2 were in the American League. This one, of course, in the National League, and best record. Just missing outside, 2-2.
Well, it looks like they found a home, Dick. Fans came out in big numbers this year, not only here at Nationals Park, but on the road. They had the 2nd highest road attendance this year.
2 balls and 2 strikes. Curveball, just staying alive, is Suzuki. So for many, many years, the Washington Senators, back in 33, it's been 79 years since they've been in postseason. They moved to Minnesota, became the Twins, and then the expansion Washington Senators came into existence. In fact, Ted Williams, the great slugger with the great hitter for the Red Sox, was manager for a while, and now this present team, which came as a result of a switch from the Montreal Expos. Time called at the plate. So a checkered history for this franchise.
Well, they're worried more about the present and the future than their history.
No question. And a base hit to right field by Suzuki. So he breaks an 0 for 12 drought with a hit off of Wainwright, as he had in game 1.
Not a bad pitch that time by Adam Wainwright. You can see Molina sets up on that outside corner. Wainwright hits the glove, but Suzuki with a better piece of hitting to find that hole on the right side of the infield for a base hit.
Well, now they've hit for the cycle, Bob. A double, triple, and home run to start the game, and now a 1-out single by Suzuki brings Gio Gonzalez, the pitcher, up to the plate. Hit .094 in the regular year with 1 homer and 4 runs batted in. 0 for 1. in the first game, looking for the bunt, and he fouls it off for strike one.
9 successful sac bunts during the regular season for Gio Gonzalez. Going to have to really make an effort to get that ball to the first base side. David Freese charging very aggressively from third base, and Adam Wainwright, a very good defender out there on the mound.
Here comes Freese and Craig, and the pitch is a ball, and it's 1-1 to Gonzalez. And the bunt is fouled at the plate, and it's a strike, 1-2.
Well, since Gio Gonzalez is such a poor hitter, Dick, I think Davey Johnson's going to have him attempt to bunt one more time. Better chance of advancing that runner into scoring position with a bunt than there is with Gio Gonzalez making contact and putting the ball in play. 25 strikeouts on the season against 1 walk.
Yeah, I think the odds are with him.
Yep.
To try to lay one down. And he shows bunt, and here they come, and he offers at it for strike 3. So Gonzalez goes down. Suzuki will remain at first, and there are 2 out here in the second inning.
Going all the way back to spring training in Florida when the pitchers were working on their sacrifice bunt drills. One of the first things you tell them is bunt strikes. Breaking ball bounced well off the outside corner in the dirt that time. Gonzalez could not hold up on the bunt attempt.
Yes, it's Beard season, and we were talking last night about Jason Worth against Lance Lynn, the battle of the Beards, and this guy won it. And he started the first inning tonight with a double into the left field corner. Came around on Bryce Harper's triple. Fouls it off, strike 1.
You get the feeling that there's barbers all over the United States crying as they watch this series. Beards and long hair everywhere, especially on this Nationals team.
And we're not talking about scissors here. We're talking about actual shavers. There's Lance Lynn. And I guess they used to wear beards in the early 1900s. Every team had them. That pitch is down low. 1-1 to count to Worth.
And Charlie Finley, the owner of the Oakland A's back in the day, used to pay his players to grow mustaches and beards.
That's right. They wore those gold jerseys. They had the old Billy Goat in the outfield. Didn't he want to have an orange ball one time, the orange baseball?
Very revolutionary. Think outside the box, you know.
Well, Adam Wainwright with 2 out. The count 2-1 to Worth. Wainwright making his 3rd postseason start and still looking for his first decision. Trailing here 3-0. Curveball and a beauty on the inside corner. 2-2 now to Worth.
That's a knee buckler straight down. That's a curveball they say is a 12-6 curve. If you can picture the numbers on a clock, it breaks from 12 straight down to 6.
Short lead by Suzuki with 2 away here in the second. And in the air to center field, a play for John Jay, and that'll do it in the Nationals' second inning. They get a hit and lead 1. We go to the 3rd. 3-0 Washington. Here's how we got where we are in game one. Tyler Moore with a pinch hit single, 2-run 8th inning, wins the game 3-2.
And game two was an offensive explosion by the Cardinals, including that long home run off the bat of Carlos Beltran, who homered twice in that game. Game three comes back to the mound once again. Chris Carpenter was outstanding against the Nationals in that 8-0 shutout, and one of the more exciting postseason games I've seen in a long time. Jason Worth with the walk-off 13-pitch at bat.
So we talked about the Cardinals with 5 straight wins in elimination games in postseason. The Nationals faced that last night and came through. So now the Cardinals coming up here in the 3rd inning, and Pete Kozma, who was at the plate when David Freese was thrown out, attempting to steal as he misjudged the pitch to the plate. And Kozma at the plate now takes ball 1.
Yeah, and looking at that replay of David Freese trying to advance to second base, initially I thought it was a delayed steal, but I think it was just a bad read on his part.
There's the ball hit out to center field. Harper coming on in and makes the catch. Good jump by Bryce Harper, and Kozma is retired for the first out here in the 3rd.
Shading slightly to right center field. The ball hit right off the end of the bat, dying quickly in shallow center, but Bryce Harper with plenty of speed to catch up to that one.
So 1 out to Adam Wainwright, who walked and struck out in the first game of this series. Hit 121 in the season with a home run and 4 runs batted in. And he takes ball 1. Wainwright's home run was in September off of R.A. Dickey of the Mets. So he went deep against the knuckleball. Takes the strike, 1-1.
He can be dangerous with the bat, especially with runners on base. He can make some things happen, but the reality is he strikes out almost half of his at-bats.
Got a good swing there, and it's 1-2. Strike 3, called 3rd strike, so Gonzalez has a strikeout in each of the first 3 innings. Watch bonus camera angles for the Division Series and ALCS games with postseason.tv. Get started now at MLB.com. So 3 strikeouts for Gonzalez, who has given up a single in each of the first 2, and with 2 down, the top of the order, John Jay. Jay line to Harper in center to start the game for St. Louis. Strike 1. John Jay, of course, has made the defensive play of the series with a sensational catch in the 6th inning of game 2. Going hard against the left center field wall at Busch Stadium. One and 2.
There's that catch you were talking about in game 2. Drive to the gap in left center. John Jay never breaks stride. One last look at the wall. A leap and a catch just as he was crashing into the barrier right next to his former skipper,
who would be applauding him right now, Tony La Russa. One of many changes for the Cardinals this year. And the crowd and Gonzalez wanted that one, and 2-2. Mike Matheny, who has never managed on any level in his first year. And a very stable dugout for St. Louis. Jay strikes out. 1-2-3 inning for Gonzalez in the middle of the 3rd. 3-0 Nationals. Washington 3, St. Louis nothing, with the Nationals coming up in the third inning. And when you're in Washington and it's a presidential year, you know that Wolf Blitzer, CNN anchor, is going to be working hard and taking a little breather to take in this fifth and deciding game.
And he wore that very neutral red tie, so nobody knows who he's rooting for, the Cardinals or the Nats.
Bryce Harper, Ryan Zimmerman, and Adam LaRoche to face Adam Wainwright. And Bryce Harper, with only his second hit, a triple in the first inning, knocking in Jason Worth and setting up Ryan Zimmerman's 2-run homer. The count is 1-0 to Harper. Kind of a hell-bent for leather player, isn't he, as a rookie?
Absolutely. He only has one speed. They wind him up and turn him loose, and that's what his manager Davey Johnson has done this year. He has not tried to bridle in Bryce Harper in any way, shape, or form. Go play the game the way you always have.
And now it's 3-0 to Harper.
Well, this is one of the most amazing stats I heard all season, Dick. Only 46.1% of the pitches he saw this season were fastballs. Only Alfonso Soriano of the Cubs saw a lower percentage of fastballs. Real show of respect for a 19-year-old.
And Wainwright, of course, who relies on his curveball, throws him a fastball and is fouled out of play. So it's 3-1 to Harper, who was, when the pressure games in September, the spark plug down the stretch, Bryce Harper was front and center. Took something off that breaking ball, and the count is full now to the young center fielder. And a drive hit deep to right field. Way back, way out of here. Easily into the right field bleachers. And watch him run around third. He's running as if the ball were in play.
Elevated fastball, inner part of the plate, that lightning quick swing right on the barrel of the bat. We talked about the Nationals hitting for the cycle in the first 2 innings. Bryce Harper has the 2 hard parts of the cycle in his first 2 at-bats of this game.
And Bryce Harper, who led all National League rookies with 22 home runs. And it is a 4-0 game, and Ryan Zimmerman follows with a ball that goes to the wall in right center, and he'll move into second with a stand-up double. How about the first 3 hitters for the Nationals? Worth with a double, Harper with a triple and a home run, Zimmerman with a homer and a double. And we're only in the third.
I mentioned it on the home run earlier. Ryan Zimmerman is not one of those power hitters that has to pull the ball to get results. He'll drive it from foul line to foul line. Ringing double into the gap in right center that time.
4-0 in favor of the Nationals. And bullpen activity. You said they weren't going to wait long. And Joe Kelly is throwing in the bullpen now. So Adam Wainwright has been tagged for 6 hits, 5 extra base hits, including 2 home runs. 4-0. Still nobody out, and here's Adam LaRoche. This crowd would like to see this game turned into a party tonight. And LaRoche swings and misses for a strike. He was called out on strikes in the first inning. One and one to LaRoche. Cardinal team went for power earlier in the series, more than Washington, but they have hit 2 homers in last night's game, and so far 2 homers today as LaRoche misses the pitch, and it's 1-2. The lead by Zimmerman. Curveball. Count is even at 2-2.
Well, LaRoche, obviously a big-time run producer in the middle of this Nationals lineup, had an even 100 RBI on the season. But with nobody out in the inning, this still sets up well for Davey Johnson and the Nats, because 73% of the ground balls that LaRoche hit went to the right side of the field. That's what he's looking to do right here. Move Zimmerman up to third base. He's really looking to drive him in, but he would take a 90-foot advance.
And will lay off that pitch outside. And the count is full, 3-2. Along with those 100 RBIs, LaRoche with a career-high 33 home runs and will soon turn 33 in November. And he gets him on a curveball, and Adam LaRoche goes down for the second time. And that's the first out here in the 3rd inning, and the 5th strikeout for Wainwright.
Very dangerous weapon for Adam Wainwright to have in his back pocket consistently. Just a vicious downward break on that 75-mile-per-hour curveball.
So Michael Morse, strikeout victim in the 1st inning. Wainwright struck out the side after the barrage by the Nationals to start the game. In the air, deep to left field. Matt Holliday will watch it go into the bullpen. Home run. 6-0. And that'll be all for Adam Wainwright.
Michael Morse hit .341 during the regular season against curveballs. Drives this one a mile to left field. Actually, that was a fastball. I stand corrected. He hit .337 with a .600 slugging percentage against fastballs.
Adam Wainwright gets hit and hit hard. 6-0 in favor of Washington. Joe Kelly coming in. surge of power and joy and celebration here in Washington as the bubblegum flies. Well, the Nats bats have come alive, David Aldridge, really for the first time in this series.
Yeah, Dick, they said it even after winning last night 2-1. They really felt like it was about time. Edwin Jackson told me before the game tonight, he said, man, we are due. We're so close to busting out. And Bob, you mentioned that series against the Cubs. When these guys start hitting, they hit them in bunches. And it's no coincidence that the two guys at the top of the lineup, Worth and Harper, have set the table for them all during September. When those guys get on base, this is a completely different team in terms of power hitting.
3 home runs, 2 doubles, and a triple. So Joe Kelly, the 24-year-old right-hander from Corona, California, in relief of Adam Wainwright, Ian Desmond, and he goes the other way on the inside pitch, strike 1. So Kelly is on. This is his 3rd appearance in this series. So home runs by Zimmerman, Harper, and Morse.
There's one power arm after another out of both of these bullpens. Kelly, no exception. That last pitch at 96, very live arm.
Nationals scoring 9 runs in the first 4 games. They have 6 already in this game. There's a fastball, and the strike evens the count at 1-1. So Adam Wainwright working 2 1/3 innings. Just didn't have it tonight, allowing 7 runs on 6 hits and giving up 3 home runs. Six runs, 7 hits by Wainwright. He also struck out 5. And Desmond strikes out for the 2nd time, facing Kelly for the first time, goes down. Well, stay one step ahead. Get alerts whenever something big happens with your teams. Check out the Team Stream app from Bleacher Report on the App Store or Google Play. 1 out here in the 3rd inning, and Danny Espinosa, who flied out, or 2 out, flied out against Wainwright. You know, Bob, I actually see some fans seated here in the stadium.
They're exhausted. Boy, what a start to the ball game. 3 in the first, a quiet 2nd inning, only a base hit by Kurt Suzuki, and then another explosion here in the 3rd.
The 0-1, and Espinosa takes inside for a ball. Washington Nationals with 98 wins this year. No team in the big leagues won more games. Cardinals, the 2nd wild card, and beating the Braves to get into the division series. And the Cardinals won 10 fewer games than the Nats.
Boy, the Nats really had to grind right down until the end of the season to get home field advantage, Dick, and this is why. This is why Davey Johnson played his regular lineup and used his regular rotation, with the exception of Steven Strasburg. Used the same relief pitchers to close out ball games because the Nationals wanted to have the best record and home field advantage throughout.
And the pitch sends Espinosa to the turf. You know, Bob, David Aldridge talked about that Cubs series, and you've mentioned it before, and after this replay, why don't you retell the story of the Cubs series here?
Well, game 1 of that 4-game series against the Cubs, the Nationals sent Ross Detweiler to mount against Jeff Samardzija. Very well played, crisp pitchers duel, 2-1. And then the Nationals bats woke up. They hit 6 homers in game 2 of the series, 6 more in game 3, finished it off with 4 in game 4.
So only 16 in the series.
It's a good thing it wasn't a 5-game series because I think they ran out of baseballs.
2 balls and 2 strikes to Danny Espinosa. 2 down here in the 3rd inning. Leadoff home run by Bryce Harper. Double by Ryan Zimmerman, and with one out, Michael Morse went deep. And all of the extra base hits, including the home runs, have been shots. Here's the 2-2. Full count to Espinosa with Suzuki on deck. Joe Kelly in relief of Adam Wainwright. Well, this crowd tonight has not had to wait for a walk-off home run to explode. They got their chance early. Harper with the leadoff homer. Morse with a man on. 6-0. Welcome back to Washington as the Washington Nationals going against the St. Louis Cardinals in the 5th and deciding game of the National League Division Series. And for the first time ever, all of the Division Series games went the limit. Yankees winning earlier on TBS, eliminating the Orioles. What a game by CC Sabathia. Brilliantly pitched game going the distance. So it'll be the Tigers and the Yankees on TBS, and the San Francisco Giants wait in the wings and will play the winner of this game on Fox in the National League Championship Series. Here's Carlos Beltran, and he takes the first pitch for a ball. Two 2-0 to Beltran, who was traded by the Mets to the Giants at the trading deadline last season and then signed with the Cardinals as a free agent. 3-0. Top of the 4th inning, 6-0 Nationals. There's a strike.
That's a gift 3-0 strike right there. Looked like Gio Gonzalez had a strike on the first pitch of the sequence and did not get the call from Alfonso Marquez.
And the pitch down low, ball 4, and Beltran with a leadoff walk. So he's been aboard twice so far in this game. Singled in the first inning, and what are the chances of having all 4 division series go the limit. It all started in 1995, just under 2%. That was the first walk issued by Gio Gonzalez. He had thrown 71 pitches after 3 innings of game 1, only 46. And he's getting some run support this time around. Pitches a strike to Matt Holliday.
No, for Gio Gonzalez, he's got to love his chances, and Davey Johnson as well. When they spot him 3 runs or more in a game this year, he was 19-1.
And this will be a fair ball down the left field line. Chasing it is Morse into the corner. It gets away, and Beltran's going to come around and score. Matt Holliday will stay at second, and the Cardinals get their first run on a ball hit down the left field line that was just fair. And for Holliday, his 3rd run batted into the series.
Picked on that big curveball. Holliday, a real good breaking ball hitter, bounces it right over the bag at third, down into the left field corner. You see Zimmerman going to his right, trying to get there, but to no avail. Rolls all the way down the corner where Michael Morse had a little trouble digging it out, allowing Beltran to come all the way around from first and score.
They rule it a double and an RBI for Holliday. So it is now 6-1. 3rd hit of the game for the Cardinals. And here is Alan Craig, who skied to Harper, the center fielder, his first time up. 1-0 inside to it.
Always a tough play for corner outfielders, Dick, when you get that ball that rolls right down the line and then into foul territory. Clearly goes over the corner of the bag. Good call by the third base umpire as he's jumping out of the way, Marvin Hudson. But then the ball got down there against that sidewall in the corner. Took Morse a little time to dig it out.
Count is 1-1 to Craig. Nationals have made 5 errors in the field, including 1 by Morse and 1 each by LaRoche, Espinoza, Desmond, and Zimmerman in the infield. Runner at second is Holliday, and a chopper to the left side, so Holliday has to go back to second, and Desmond throws out Craig for the first out. That'll bring up Yadier Molina. Molina 0 for his last 10, and he's got a couple of walks and a hit batsman in there. Drove in a run with the bases on balls. We talked about how he's emerged as more of an offensive force in the last couple of years, particularly this season. And hits this one out to right field. Jason Worth backpedaling, makes the catch. Holliday will go to third after the play, and there are 2 down and a runner at third. David Freese will be the batter. Six to 1 the score, and I would think at any point here when you're down, if you can advance 90 feet even with 2 out, you want to get that base. So Holliday's at third, and here is Freese, who singled his first time up. One and 0 to Freese. Two and 0.
Back-to-back breaking balls to start the sequence, which there's no real issue with that for Gio Gonzalez. But when you miss with both of them, you put yourself in a very predictable fastball count of 2-0.
Fastball up and in, 3-0, and Suzuki will have a talk with his lefty.
I think Gio Gonzalez realized 2-0 against a hitter like David Freese, who crushes fastballs. He was going to have to reach back, try to put a little extra on it. His mechanics came apart, and he missed well high that time, running the count to 3-0.
So Freese, who has 3 doubles in this series, and the reigning World Series MVP, not to mention the LCS last year. Looking at the pitch in for the strike, taking all the way. There's another fastball, almost identical to the last pitch, and that runs the count full. Now the crowd gets to their feet. Strike three. Cardinals get a run, and that's all.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent.
And welcome back to Nationals Park in Washington, along with Bob Brenly and David Aldridge. This is Dick Stockton. The Nationals lead 6-1, and Joe Kelly, the second pitcher of the night, relieving Adam Wainwright in the third inning. After he gave up 6 runs, will be facing Kurt Suzuki, the number 8 hitter, the Washington catcher, who singled to right field his first time. Slap foul, 0-1. Foul fly out of play, and Bob, Joe Kelly is one of the young pitchers that the Cardinals really like and will be a factor with his team in the future.
He's been a factor with his team this season. Mike Matheny has really liked what he brought to the table. He started, he pitched out of the bullpen, as he's doing here in the postseason. One of a number of young arms that the Cardinals are nurturing here at the major league level in the postseason. Shelby Miller, another young man called up in the minor leagues, finds himself on the active roster here for this series.
And that's a ball, and they appeal to Ed Hickox, the first base umpire, and he did not go around, so the count is 1-2. And how about Trevor Rosenthal, who has made an impact, and he's raised some eyebrows.
Maybe the best arm of all the pitchers we've talked about from the Cardinals, just overpowering, consistently hitting triple digits with his fastball. But then again, the same could be said for the Nationals bullpen. They've got some real power arms down there. I was talking to Chad Tracy, the fine pinch hitter and utility player for the Nationals, about pitching in the majors right now. He said every team has 6 or 7 or 8 guys that throw in the high 90s, especially that tail end of the bullpen when they have a lead. There's just no easy at bats for a hitter late in the ball game.
And of course, the relievers for the Nationals with that strikeout barrage in the late innings to keep the Cardinals at bay, setting it up for Worth to hit the walk-off home run in the 9th inning. 2-2 pitch, line to left field. Holiday moves just a couple of steps, and there's one away here in the 4th. Well, this January on TBS, if you're looking for a great comedy with a beautiful cast and a title that really you don't like that much, then Cougar Town is the comedy with that kind of title. You're looking for Cougar Town, a brand new season on a brand new network, begins this January only on TBS. I didn't want to use the word crappy, but it's in the promo, and so I'm using it now.
Oh, I'd have said that, Dick. You just hand it to me. If there's words in there you don't like to say, just throw them this way.
Now you tell me. 1 and out, and the count is 0-1 to Gio Gonzalez. And the count, wow, 1-1.
Pretty good chance Gio Gonzalez is going to have a crappy at bat.
You may set the record for saying that word. 1-2. Two and 2 to Gonzalez, who struck out his first time up. Nationals leading 6-1. They've out-hit the Cardinals 7-3. Adam Wainwright driven from the mound in the 3rd inning. And there's a slow hit grounder. Descalso makes the play, and there are 2 down here in the 4th. And Jason Worth will come up for the 3rd time. How about the 1 through 3 hitters, Bob, and how they've come out of the chute in this game, this pivotal 5th game?
Jason Worth, not your prototypical leadoff hitter. He's not going to bunt. He's not going to steal a lot of bases, but he does give you a high on-base percentage. He's a very good base runner, and you can see the guys at the top have really been getting it done here tonight.
Worth is 1 for 2 and started the 1st inning with that double into the corner. Kelly's pitch is down low, ball 1, and the Cardinals trying to retire the Nationals in order for the first time in this game. And falling behind Worth, 2-0. Jason Worth, who before the series said, I like this team better than I like the Phillies team because of their youth and their outstanding pitching. I don't think that sat well with a lot of the followers in Philadelphia. Call strike, 2-1. But that's how he felt.
I bet it sat pretty good with his teammates, though, in that Nationals clubhouse. That's all he's worried about right now.
Now the count even, 2-2 to Jason Worth. Reached postseason with the Dodgers as well as the 5 times with the Phillies. Three and 2 now to Jason Worth with 2 out. That's right over the Cardinal dugout. ground ball to Descalso, and for the first time tonight, the Cardinals retire the Nationals in order. We go to the 5th inning, 6-1 Nats. And it'll be the bottom third of the Cardinal order against Gio Gonzalez. And on display, the history of this Washington franchise, all the different clubs they've had before. And they've had some outstanding players. Harmon Killebrew, for example, started here before the team moved to Minnesota, the Twins, where he really achieved great things there. Daniel Descalso takes the first pitch, ball 1 from Gio Gonzalez. Strikeout victim his first time. One and one. Trevor Rosenthal is throwing in the bullpen. So one of the young pitchers that, Bob, I know you were impressed with, and you said that even before he threw a pitch in his first appearance in this series, and everyone very impressed with this kid.
He came as a highly touted young man. His reputation with that big arm preceded him to the major leagues, and he is not disappointed.
Gonzalez falls behind 3-1 to the leadoff hitter. Shot foul out of play. Now 3-2 to Descalso.
At this point, the Cardinals willing to do just about anything to slow Gio Gonzalez down a little bit. Descalso with the broken bat. Normally the bat boy would have a spare bat ready to go, but Descalso walked all the way back to the on-deck circle, got some pine tar, got some stickum and rosin, making Gonzalez wait just a little bit.
Here is the 3-2 pitch. Fastball, and he stays alive as he fouls it back. Daniel Descalso, solid defensive second baseman, and he And the on-deck hitter, Pete Kozma, really settled down the shortstop second base story. Fly ball deep right field, looking up and off the wall. Descalso, after the good pickup by Worth, goes into second with a leadoff double. That's the second double of the game for the Cardinals, with nobody out here in the fifth.
Right where he likes it, down and in. A lot of left-handed hitters like that fastball knee-high inside part of the plate. And Descalso with a liner over the head of Jason Worth in right field gets it started here in the top of the fifth for the Cardinals.
And that'll bring up the shortstop, Pete Kozma, who only has 2 hits in the series, but one was a big one, a 3-run homer early in game 3. Six to 1 the score. Shane Robinson is in the on-deck circle and will pinch hit for Kelly. And the first pitch, ball 1 outside. So Robinson will be coming up next. Cardinals trailing the Nats by 5 runs. There's a call strike, 1-1.
Watch how Kurt Suzuki receives this pitch. He kind of gets outside it, and as he's catching it, his glove is coming back toward the plate. That ball was probably an inch or 2 off the outside corner, but Suzuki made it look a little better than it really was.
Went after the fastball, and it's 1-2 now to Kozma. And a base hit line to left field, and they're going to hold Descalso at third base with the Cardinals trailing by 5 runs. Now runners at first and third, nobody out, and Shane Robinson, the pinch hitter, coming up to bat for Kelly.
Kozma definitely a middle-in hitter, got a pitch to his liking, up a little bit on the inside part of the plate that time. It is just a little bit too hard for Descalso to have a chance to score as Michael Morse charged that base hit hard and got it back in quickly to hold him at third base.
So for the first time tonight, the Cardinals have 2 hits in an inning. Here's Robinson, who is 0 for 1 as a pinch hitter.
Robinson was the most used pinch hitter by Mike Matheny this season. 50 at bats off the bench for the Cardinals. Had 11 hits, drove in 3 runs in those situations.
In fact, he led all of the big league rookies with 11 pinch hits on the season. Started the year with the Cardinals, and then he went down to AAA Memphis and came back early August. Down low, 1-1. Cardinals trying to chip away here, trailing 6-1. They were down 6-0. Had an opportunity with a runner at second last inning, but 3 struck out. Now runners at the corners with nobody out. 2-1. Close call there.
And once again, Suzuki trying to make an outside pitch look a little better than it was. This time they do not get the call from Alfonso Marquez.
Descalso is at third, Kozma at first. And now Gonzalez falls behind 3-1 to the pinch hitter, with the leadoff man John Jay waiting on deck. And another meeting at the mound.
Dick, you mentioned a moment ago that Kozma and Descalso really settled down that middle infield situation for the Cardinals. Throughout most of the regular season, Mike Matheny, much like his predecessor Tony La Russa, would mix and match guys that played multiple positions, might play 3 or 4 different positions in the same ball game. But as it got down to stretch time, Matheny decided, this is my best team, these are the guys I'm going to go with. And unfortunately for some of the bench players, they didn't get much playing time late.
Well, Robinson comes through with a walk to load the bases with nobody out, and a big opportunity right in front of the Cardinals. And Steve McCanty will go to the mound. No activity as of yet in the Nationals bullpen. The bases are loaded, nobody out. And in essence, the tying run would be on the on-deck circle. And who will become a legend this October? Cast your postseason legend vote at MLBFanCave.com. So the Cardinals here in the top of the fifth with a chance here.
Well, Dick, sometimes I'll tell you, it depends on when your rallies start. You think back to game one when Gio Gonzalez was struggling so badly with his control. He walked the number 5, 7, 8, and 9 hitters in that second inning, rolling around to the top of the Cardinals order where you had the most dangerous hitters hitting with traffic on the bases. And that's the situation Gio finds himself in here. Bases loaded at the bottom of the order. Now John Jay in the top of the order coming up.
And the first pitch is up high for a ball. The walk to Robinson was Gonzalez's second of the game. Jay lined to center and struck out in his first 2 trips. Descalso is at third, Cosma at second, and Shane Robinson at first with nobody out. And 1-1 to John Jay. On deck is Carlos Beltran, man you want to have coming up in this situation.
As this inning started, I mentioned that Daniel Descalso may be trying to slow Gio Gonzalez down a little bit. Now it's Kurt Suzuki trying to get his pitcher back into a good rhythm by slowing the pace down.
Nobody out. The bases are loaded for the Cardinals. And there's a looper that's going to be caught by Espinosa for the first out. So 1 out. The bases remain loaded. Gonzalez gets Jay, and now Beltran.
This got down near the trademark of the bat. Obviously didn't get any carry at all. Little soft liner to second base. Espinosa handles it with no problem, and the runners hold their ground.
So that brings up Beltran, who hit 2 home runs. Third career multi-home run postseason game back in game 2. And a chance for the Cardinals to move a bit closer to the Nationals. 1-0 the count to the right fielder. That was the 20th pitch this inning by Gio Gonzalez. Chases that pitch, and it's 1-1. Now 1-2.
Beltran with a big game back in game 2 of this series in St. Louis. A blast off the facing of the third deck. He's back and hits another home run. What a way to finish the day with back-to-back home runs in your last 2 at-bats of the game.
Here's the 1-2 pitch. Checked his swing. And 2-2, but looks like Beltran going after those pitches outside the strike zone.
Able to check his swing this time to run the count to 2-2. Well, in his career, he's been really good in this particular situation. Bases loaded, a .296 lifetime hitter with 10 career grand slams.
And the ball gets away from Suzuki. Here comes Descalso, and he scores, and everyone moves up a base. Cosma to third, and Robinson to second, and it's a 6-2 game. Runners at second and third, 1 out, and the count full to Beltran.
That ball actually hit right at the corner of the plate, took a bad hop and caught Suzuki on the right arm. He was in a great position to block the ball had it bounced straight up, but it bounced up and to Suzuki's right, caught him on the right arm and goes all the way over near that first base dugout.
Wild pitch, and it's now 6-2. Here's the 3-2 pitch and fouled off. Beltran battling Gonzalez with Matt Holliday on deck for the Cardinals. Robinson with the lead at second. You saw Cosma at third. Again, the 3-2. And down low, ball 4. Second walk of the inning by Gonzalez will load the bases to Matt Holliday with 1 out and a run in. So now the deficit for the Cardinals is 4. And Holliday doubled his last time up, knocking in the first run of the game for St. Louis. Still no activity in the Washington bullpen.
I think that's a mistake too, Dick. Strong arms in that bullpen, well rested, ready to go, anxious to get into this ball game. Can't let this one slip away.
1-0 to Matt Holliday. Holliday representing the tying run at the plate, and there is a comebacker, the throw home, and they get him at home. So Gonzalez manages to get it to Suzuki, and Cosma has forced it home, and the bases remain loaded with 2 away.
A little chopper out there in front of the mound. Gonzalez with a better toss may have given Suzuki an opportunity to possibly turn a double play, but the throw from Gonzalez to Suzuki is low and to his left. By the time he recovers, he decides he doesn't have a chance at Holliday at first, took a quick peek at third, and then decided just to hang on to the baseball.
Well, that'll leave it up to Alan Craig with 2 away. Robinson the runner at third, Beltran at second, and Holliday at first. 6-2 in favor of the Nationals. Inside to Craig, 1-0. He's 0 for 2. Fly to center and grounded to short. And the pitches mount for Gio Gonzalez. The next offering will be the 30th of this inning. And Gonzalez falls behind 2-0 to Craig. Craig Stammen gets up. He's been a busy reliever for Davey Johnson in this series. And the first man up for Washington in this inning. 2-0 to Alan Craig. Gets a good pitch to hit there and fouls it straight back for the strike. Robinson, Beltran, and Holliday on the base paths. 2-1 with 2 out. Cardinals already have a run in here in the 5th. And inside, and 3-1 the count. 1 pitch away from forcing in another run. And ball 4, the 3rd walk of the inning, and that will force in a run. As Robinson will cross the plate, the bases will remain loaded, and now the Nationals lead, which was 6-0 at one point, has been cut in half. RBI for Craig, his 3rd of the series. The crowd getting a little anxious here in this 5th inning.
Typical Cardinals rally, though, Dick. It starts with a couple of base hits and then a grinding at bat by Robinson to draw the base on balls. Another grinding at bat by Beltran to take a walk. Alan Craig working hard, getting deep in the count. He takes a base on balls, and now Yadier Molina has a chance to possibly tie this up or more with a base hit.
And he takes ball 1. So Gonzalez experiencing the kind of wildness that plagued him in the 2nd inning of the 1st game of the series. Now it's 2-0. Walked 4 in that 2nd inning and 7 in the game. Two balls and no strikes to Yadier Molina. Officially 0 for his last 11. Looking to snap out of it at this time and lifts a fly ball to right field. Jason Worth toward the line, makes the catch to retire the side. Cardinals, however, get 2. And in the middle of the 5th, the Nationals lead it 6-3. Cardinals fighting back after trailing 6-0. A reminder, Monday on TBS, there is nothing more American than baseball and 6'4" red-headed comedians. Don't miss an all-new Conan, Monday at 11:10 Central, only on TBS. Very funny. And not so funny for batters that face him is 22-year-old Trevor Rosenthal from the Kansas City area. As you look at his numbers, in relief of Joe Kelly, the third pitcher for Mike Matheny.
Not only a big-time power pitcher, as the 25 strikeouts in 22 2/3 innings will tell you, but a pretty good command of that overpowering fastball. Rarely walks guys, likes to pitch ahead in the count. I would expect the Nationals to try to ambush that first fastball they see from Trevor Rosenthal.
And it'll be Bryce Harper, who has tripled and homered in 2 trips to the plate, coming alive after starting the game, 1 for 18 in the series. It'll be Harper, Zimmerman, and LaRoche here in the bottom of the 5th inning, and the first pitch is ball 1. Rosenthal has shown a lot of poise in postseason for a 22-year-old.
That's his best off-speed pitch, the curveball. He tried to overthrow that one a little bit. Even his curveball registers in the low 80s. Fastball average speed this season 97.6 miles per hour.
There's an example of that.
Yeah, we've seen him well over that in this series already. He's hit triple digits with regularity.
98 mile an hour. And when you look at teenagers in the postseason, there's Bryce Harper, who has those 2 RBIs in this game. 2-2. And that's what we're talking about with Rosenthal. There you see the other teenagers who have performed well in postseason. Andrew Jones with 9 runs batted in. Foul ball out of play.
Well, Dick, we have stats for everything. Bryce Harper this season, his batting average against pitches that were 93 or faster, he was a 240 hitter. Now, he's a very good fastball hitter, but not a lot of guys like 98. Very defensive swing, just staying alive up there with a 99 mile per hour fastball that time.
Rosenthal, this is his 3rd appearance in the series, struck out the side in the 9th inning of Game 2. And was the first reliever called on for Chris Carpenter in the 3rd game of the series, as Harper hangs in there against Rosenthal, and the count remains 2-2. Early explosion by the Nationals. 3 runs in the first, a double, a triple, and a home run, and then 2 more homers in the 3rd inning, and the Cardinals pecking away. Took something off that pitch and strikes out Harper for out number 1.
Nasty curveball at 82 miles per hour. Very similar to the Adam Wainwright curveball. Thing breaks straight down. Very little side-to-side movement on that breaking pitch.
So Rosenthal with a strikeout, now facing Ryan Zimmerman, who has hit a 2-run homer and doubled. Now 2 homers and 4 runs batted in the series. Strike 1 to Zimmerman, and Joe Kelly, in relief of Wainwright, did an admirable job. Retired all 5 batters he faced, including a couple of strikeouts. Well, the Cardinals relying on their long and hopefully late relief to hang in this game, and the strike to Zimmerman, and it's 0-2. Craig Stammen again is throwing for Washington. 2nd time he's been up. Out of play.
Yeah, Rosenthal really in a rut. His last 3 pitches have all been right at 100. Starting to get loose out there, I guess.
Finished the regular season and not allowed a run in his last 7 outings, including 2 outings against the Nationals. There's a fastball and a strike 3. So Zimmerman goes down. That's the 2nd straight strikeout for Rosenthal. 2 down in the 5th. 100 miles an hour.
And it's an easy 100. Some guys look like they're trying to throw hard. They get their toenails into every pitch. Rosenthal, very easy delivery. The ball just seems to jump out of his hand.
Adam LaRoche with 2 down. He has struck out twice tonight. And a called strike. So with all of the early barrage by the Nationals and the 6-0 lead, now 6-3, their hitters have struck out 8 times against Cardinal pitching. One and 1 to LaRoche. Two hits in the series. Both have been solo homers.
We were talking to Mike Matheny about Trevor Rosenthal the other day in his office, and Rosenthal's going to stay in St. Louis and work out with Chris Carpenter this winter. He thinks that's a great idea. They're not sure if Rosenthal projects to be a starter or a reliever, but with that kind of stuff, he's going to be a member of the staff.
And that's a good way to spend the offseason as Matt Holliday makes the catch and Rosenthal retires the Nationals in order. We go to the 6th inning, 6-3. To 3 as we go to the top of the 6th inning, and there is Gio Gonzalez, who is done for the night. 5 innings, giving up 3 runs all earned on 5 hits, 36 pitches in the 5th inning, and that finally did him in, and Craig Stammen comes in relief.
Fastball, slider, curveball combination from Stammen. He's the vulture in that Nationals bullpen. There's always one guy that seems to pick up those victories. Comes into the ball game either with his team trailing or tied. Gives the offense a chance to get back in the ball game, and Stammen has won 6 games out of the Nationals bullpen this year.
Facing David Freese, who was 1 for 2 with a single. And there's a call strike. Stammen has worked 2 1/3 innings, has allowed 3 runs on 4 hits. So he has not really had a smooth outing in any one of his first appearances. And bullpen activity for the Nationals picks up, and a called strike 2. 1-2 to Freese, followed by Descalso and Cosma.
Stammen has also hit a couple of Cardinal batters in his short time on the mound in this postseason.
And there's a ball through. Ian Desmond into left field. Not sure if he could have made the play, but he certainly could have knocked it down and maybe made a play in any event. Here's the ball hit to shortstop.
Right off the end of the bat of David Freese. Desmond, normally a very sure-handed shortstop, made only 15 errors all season. Just didn't get his glove in a good position that time. The ball skips through into left field, giving that Cardinal bench a little life.
So Desmond, who has committed an error in this series, and the Cardinals with the leadoff man on once again. Here is Descalso, who doubled and scored on a wild pitch last inning, and he takes ball 1. So Freese, Descalso, and Cosma have all contributed to 6, 7, and 8 hitters early on. And the Cardinals pecking away at the Nationals in this deciding game. Fouls it away 1-1. Freese with 2 hits now in the game on 3 trips. Sean Burnett and Edwin Jackson both warming up for Washington. And Edward Mujica begins to throw for the Cardinals. And a line drive to Harper, who makes the play for the first down. Freeze will come back to first. There's the bullpen. And Edwin Jackson on the right. Former member of the Cardinals and pitched for them in the postseason last year. Here is Cosma. Single to left field. 1 for 2 and was forced at the plate. And Matt Holliday bounced back to the mound. Bases were loaded and nobody out at the time. And missing the breaking pitch is Cosma, strike 1. Skip Schumacher has grabbed a bat and he's on deck for the Cardinals. And barring a double play, will pinch hit for Rosenthal. One and one.
I would expect Stammen to continue to go after Cosma with breaking pitches during the regular season. He was a really good fastball hitter. Had an average of 400 and a slugging percentage over 700 against fastballs.
Pretty impressive. The lead by Freeze. Breaking ball up and in, and it's 2-1. Cardinals have had the leadoff man on in each of the last 3 innings. Scored 1 in the 4th, 2 more in the 5th. Fastball in there, and it count 2-2 to Cosma.
Good comeback fastball that time. Started on the outside corner, tailed it back over the outer third of the plate for a called strike.
And Stammen wants a new baseball. Two-two pitch grounded to Espinosa. He flips to Desmond, and that's all they'll get. Espinosa might have had trouble getting the ball out of his glove, and forced at second is Freeze. Cosma's on at first with 2 out, and the pinch hitter Schumacher coming up.
That's certainly what it looked like, Dick. That ball kind of ate up Espinosa a little bit at second base, got up into his body, couldn't find the handle, eventually shovels on to Ian Desmond, who has no chance to get the speedy Cosma at first base to complete the double play.
And coming out to the mound is Davey Johnson, the manager, and that will be all for Stammen. He's going to want the left-hander, Sean Burnett, and Stammen comes out of the game. So it's 6-3 in favor of the Nationals. 2 men out, and the runner at first. We'll be back. right, Matt, thank you very much. And so now the left-hander Sean Burnett is in to pitch to the pinch hitter Skip Schumacher, who takes ball one. Schumacher against Burnett, who has made one appearance, tagged for 4 runs, 3 earned, and giving up the second home run to Carlos Beltran in the second game in St. Louis. And falling behind Schumacher, 2-0. Schumacher 0 for 3 as a pinch hitter in the series, but has a run batted in on a ground out. Cosma the runner at first, and a strike. 2-1 now.
Burnett throws a fastball and a slider to the left-handed hitters, a fastball changeup to the righties, but he's got that crossfire action, very deceptive, especially for those left-handed hitters. Really throws across his body.
And a slow hit bounding ball. LaRoche will make the tag on Schumacher, and that'll do it. So Burnett comes in and gets the pinch hitter, and in the middle of the 6th inning, still a 3-run lead for the Nats. And the Nationals coming up in the 6th inning, and it'll be Michael Morse leading off against the 4th pitcher of the night for Mike Matheny, Edward Mujica, who was acquired from Miami at the end of July and had a 1.03 ERA for St. Louis. So he lowered his ERA by about 3 runs after coming over from the Marlins.
And Mike Matheny and those close to the Cardinals will say that the addition of Mujica with that trade with the Marlins really settled their bullpen. Everybody kind of found their niche down there. Mujica was the 7th inning guy with the lead. Boggs in the 8th inning, Mott in the 9th inning.
3rd appearance of the series, and a big swing and a miss by Morse, who homered in the 3rd inning. 3 home runs off the bats of the Nationals, and they exploded early with a leadoff double by Worth, a triple by Bryce Harper, and then Ryan Zimmerman's 2-run homer. Then Harper and Morse homered in the 3rd, and that's how they got their 6 runs and 0-2 the count.
There was the Morse homer back in that 3rd inning, spotting the Nationals to a 6-0 lead at the time. Looked like they were going to run away and hide in this ball game, but this veteran Cardinals team, they're not going to go away until they're out of outs.
That's their MO, and that's what they've done the last couple of years. And we talked about the way they have fought back, winning 5 consecutive elimination postseason games. They won games 4 and 5 last year in the division series with their backs to the wall against the Phillies, and games 6 and 7 in the World Series. And then the Braves win in the wild card. Freese throws out Morse, and there's 1 out in the 6th inning.
Now, when Mujica comes in the game, the Cardinals infielders know they're going to be busy. His off-speed pitch is a split-fingered fastball that he throws about 45% of the time. Usually that ball is just banged into the dirt in front of home plate for a ground ball, like that last one to David Freese.
Retired the Nationals in order in the 7th inning in the game 1, and then gave up a run in the 7th inning in the 2nd game of the series. Here's Ian Desmond. It was hot early, but he's cooled off a bit and has struck out twice in this game. First pitch foul back for a strike. Ian Desmond, an all-star. 3 hits in each of the 1st and 3rd games of this series. Lays off the pitch, and it's 1-1.
Seems like as the visibility has gotten better and better for the hitters this series has progressed, Desmond has hit worse and worse.
Give me the shadows.
Yeah, give him the shadows.
1-1 to Desmond with 1 out. And there's a chopper handled by Freese. Second assist here, 2 out of the 6th inning to Danny Espinosa. Edwin Jackson throwing in the Washington bullpen. Along with Bob Brenly and David Aldridge, this is Dick Stockton here at Nationals Park in Washington. The experience of the Cardinals coming in, highly trumpeted against the relative inexperience of the Nationals, who lead at 6-3. And if they go on and hold this lead, they will go on and play the Giants in the National League Championship Series. Espinosa misses strike 1. Espinosa has struck out 7 times in this series, of course led the league, fanning 189 times. One and 2 now to Espinosa, switch hitter. Two and 2 now. And the count runs full. 3 balls and 2 strikes to the Nationals' second baseman. And ball 4. So Espinosa draws a 2-out walk after Morse hit the home run in the 3rd inning. Cardinal relievers had retired 11 in a row before the walk to Espinosa, and that'll bring up Kurt Suzuki.
Boy, that was a great at bat by Danny Espinosa. He saw the splitter earlier in the sequence, swung at a couple of bad ones, but got a good look at it and took a couple of borderline pitches to end that at bat and eventually draw the base on balls. Nice adjustment during the course of the at bat.
Has the lead at first, and here is Suzuki, who singled off of Wainwright, 1 for 2. Nationals leading 6-3, and ball 1 outside. They've out hit the Cardinals 7-6. Roger Bernardina On deck is a pinch hitter for the pitcher, Sean Burnett, if Suzuki can keep it going. And a line drive center field, and he will keep it going. Drops in front of John Jay. Espinosa will hold it second. So after 2 out, a walk and a single. And now Bernardino will pinch hit.
Well, and that answers some questions for Edwin Jackson down in the Nationals bullpen. He's kind of been pitching along with the inning to see if the Nationals would get down to the pitcher spot. If not, Burnett would have gone back out to start the next half inning with a left-hander John Jay leading off for the Cardinals. But with Bernardino pitch hitting in the pitcher spot, Edwin Jackson now knows he's in the ballgame.
Derek Lilliquist, the pitching coach, and talking about the Cardinals and changes from a year ago. We've talked about Tony La Russa and Dave Duncan, the great coach. La Russa always says, "I'll go where Dave Duncan goes." And what a great pitching coach he's been.
Man, what a great combination. Those two guys had such a great rapport, and Derek Lilliquist learned a lot of his theories on pitching from Dave Duncan.
So here's the pinch hitter, Roger Bernardino, who is 0 for 1 but has walked twice in a pinch hitting role. Runners at first and second, and a big cut and a foul for a strike. 2 out here in the 6th. Mojica got the first 2 batters, and then a walk and a single. Fernando Salas throwing in the bullpen for the Cardinals now. And it's 0-2. Waving at that one, the pinch hitter Roger Bernardino, who had a career high 291 at the plate.
It'd be pretty hard pressed to find a better 4th outfielder in the National League than Roger Bernardino. Does a lot of things well, runs extremely well.
Time called. Espinosa on at second, and Suzuki the runner at first. With 2 down. Now it's 1-2 to the pinch hitter.
I mentioned Mojica throws that splitter about 45% of the time, but when he's in trouble and has runners on base, he may go to it exclusively. Without a doubt, his best pitch and the one he has the most confidence in.
And the pitch missed inside. Well,
and he throws it hard in the upper 80s, touching 90 miles per hour at times with that splitter. A lot of downward movement very late in the hitting zone.
Mojica has been with 4 teams in the last 6 years, including the Cardinals and Marlins. Trying to dispose of Roger Bernardino with 2 out. And now Yadier Molina will go to the mound. It's amazing how the crowds always boo on the fake throw to third. And they also boo whenever the catcher on the other team goes out to talk to the pitcher.
Well, slowing down the rhythm of the game here. This is an exciting juncture in the ball game, and the Nats fans are up on their feet. They want to see some baseball. They don't want to see the pitcher talking to the catcher.
So 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out, and 2 on. And Bernardino strikes out. And the Nationals lead 2. And after 6 innings of play, the Nationals lead the Cardinals 6-3. The winner moves on. The loser goes home. Well, this is the other presidential race going on, and look at the grounds crew tackle the other three presidents, and who do you think is going to win again? What a late season rally by Teddy Roosevelt. He has never won this race. He won the last day of the regular season. Now has won 4 in a row, Bob.
How about that? In case you're wondering, George has won 30, Abe's won 30, Tom's won 27, and Teddy has now won 4.
So I'm glad they stuck with Teddy in this race, you know.
He's just a late bloomer, that's all.
New pitcher is Edwin Jackson, who has made 30 regular season relief appearances in his career, and 3 in postseason, but none this year. Pitched 5 innings in Wednesday's Game 3, allowed 8 hits and 4 runs, and gave up a 3-run homer to Pete Kozma, took the loss. And of course, a pitcher that the Cardinals know very well. It'll be the top of the order here in the 7th.
Another guy with a big arm, this time coming in out of the bullpen for the Nationals. Good fastball, good hard slider. He will mix in an occasional straight changeup.
John Jay takes a strike. Top of the order for the Cardinals. They were trailing 6-0. Now it is 6-3, but they've had some missed opportunities in the last 3 innings where they have left 5 men on base.
And you know, Dick, we've talked a lot about experience and how it affects especially young players. Try to do a little bit too much, maybe get a little over anxious at the plate. And you look at Yadier Molina in this series. In Game 1, he had an opportunity with the bases loaded and 1 out, swung at the first pitch, grounded into a 5-4-3 double play, ending the inning. Earlier in the ball game today, comes up with the bases loaded, swings at a first pitch. It's a lazy fly ball to right field. The Cardinals out of the inning once again. Now, first pitch is a good pitch to attack for any hitter. But a guy like Yadier Molina, you expect him to work a much tougher at bat than that with a bases loaded situation.
2 balls and a strike to Jay, who's 0 for 3 tonight, and he fouls it away. In the 4th inning, Cardinals had a runner in scoring position with a run in, and David Freese took a called 3rd strike to end the inning. Bases were loaded, none out in the next inning, and the Cardinals managed 2 runs but could have gotten more. Craig's walk with the bases loaded was all they could muster. Freese led off with a hit in the 6th, and he was stranded.
And Matt Holliday also tapped back to the mound with the bases loaded in that inning. They had the right guys at the plate with the right runners on base. They just couldn't capitalize.
Well, they're trying to do it against Edwin Jackson here in the 7th. And the leadoff hitter, Jay, has the count 3 balls and 2 strikes with Carlos Beltran and then Holliday. Mitchell Boggs throwing now in the Cardinal bullpen. Payoff pitch, ball 4. And for the 4th straight inning, the Cardinals have the leadoff man aboard as Jay draws a walk. Team Stream, it's the way baseball fans stay in the know. Head over to the App Store or Google Play and download Team Stream now. Well, the Nationals will get someone going in their pen as Beltran, switch hitter, has been on base 3 times with a single and a pair of walks. That's a ball down low.
For Beltran, 23 of his 32 homers this season have come as a left-handed hitter. Even though most baseball people feel he has more power right-handed, he's hit many more from the left side because he's had a lot more at-bats from the left side.
And a base hit to right field. And John Jay will go to 3rd base as Worth retrieves, and going to 2nd base and sliding in with a double is Carlos Beltran. So runners are at 2nd and 3rd. Nobody out. Matt Holliday coming up. And the tying run at the plate with none out here in the 7th.
Beltran so quick with that top hand, just jerks that Edwin Jackson delivery down into the right field corner. Jason Worth with a strong throwing arm gets it on line towards 2nd base, but Beltran in on his belly with a double.
And the head first slide by Beltran, who has a single and a double and 2 walks. And here's Matt Holliday, who doubled home a run back in the 4th inning. 1 for 3. 6-3, the Nationals lead. And chasing that pitch low and away for a strike is Holliday. Ryan Matthews is the Washington pitcher now throwing. Mitchell Boggs in the Cardinal pen. So another big opportunity for St. Louis here in the 7th inning, trailing by 3 runs. And he went around, Holiday did, and it's strike 2 to him. One for 7 with runners in scoring position of the St. Louis hitters. And a ground ball to shortstop. Desmond throws to first for the out, and a run scores. Beltran will hold at second. John Jay comes across with the 4th Cardinal run. And with 1 out and a runner at second, it's now 6-4. RBI for Holiday, his 3rd of the game.
Going on contact from third base, John Jay scores easily. Holiday made it a close play at first, really busting it down that first base line. Desmond's throw just in time to get it.
So against Edwin Jackson, the Cardinals get a run here. And now here is Alan Craig, who walked with the bases loaded his last time up. 0 for 2 officially. And a good play made by Kurt Suzuki, who has made a history of this series, as we pointed out, in making superb plays in the dirt with errant pitches. Beltran widens his lead at second with 1 out, and the count 1-0 to Craig. Breaking ball and a strike, 1-1. Craig against Edwin Jackson is 3 for 9. And you mentioned Yadier Molina. How about Molina with 2 home runs and an 8 for 14 career mark against Jackson? He's on deck. Just getting a piece of it. And Jackson very nearly had the strikeout.
Heavy sinking fastball that time from Jackson at 95. A lot of downward movement. Craig just able to get a piece of it to stay alive.
John Jay drew a leadoff walk, and then Beltran double, good hustle to right field. Run scoring on a ground out by Holiday. 1-2 to Craig, and Craig strikes out. Second out of this 7th inning. Big strikeout for Edwin Jackson, and that will bring up Yadier Molina.
Hard slider that time from Jackson, gets a swing and a miss from Alan Craig. That's a huge out right there. Had Craig reached, I think Davey Johnson was going to have to go to his bullpen. Bring on Matthews, a sinker ball pitcher. Look for that ground ball. Try to get the double play to get yourself out of the inning. But with the strikeout, Jackson will now stay in to face Molina.
Trying to keep it alive for the Cardinals. And he lays off the first pitch. Ball 1. Ed Hickox indicates that Molina checked his swing.
Woo.
Upon further review.
You always get 2 reactions at the ballpark. The initial reaction, and then the fans that have access to a monitor get to see the replay, and there's another reaction.
1-1 to Yadier Molina. And this is an opportunity for him to come through. He has struggled at the plate. Has 2 hits in 17 trips in the series. But you see his numbers against Edwin Jackson have been impressive. Beltran with the lead at second, 2 out. And it's 3-0 to Molina, with David Freese on deck.
Well, Dick, if we know the numbers for Yadier Molina against Edwin Jackson. You can be sure Edwin Jackson knows those numbers too. And with a base open, he's just not going to serve anything up there to Yadier Molina.
And Molina draws a walk. Runners now at first and second, and 2 away. And Freese hasn't fared nearly as well against Edwin Jackson. He's just 1 for 7, but he has 2 hits in this game as he comes to the plate here. And we know how dangerous he's been in postseason. Second walk this inning by Jackson. Run in for the Cardinals. It's now 6-4. So they have indeed chipped away. We're down at 1 point, 6-0. Strike 1 to Freese. Ryan Matthews in the Washington bullpen. Mitchell Boggs in the Cardinal pen. And time called, but because it's the home team, no boos. As Suzuki goes out to the mound.
They're a little different this half inning. They will allow it this half inning.
Each team has used 4 pitchers in this deciding game. Crowd thought that was a strike. 1-1 now to Freese.
Just off of that outside corner. A little bit of tailing action. Jackson trying to work it back to that outside corner, but just left it too far away.
Good pitch by Jackson there. Freese went after it. And now it's 1-2, and now the crowd rises, waves the red towels looking for the strikeout. There go the runners, and Freese strikes out. Cardinals get a run, but that's all. But now they trail by 2, and Gio Gonzalez pleased with what he just saw. And the Washington Nationals cling to the lead. They were up 6-0, and now it's 6-4. But Bob, the Cardinals have left 7 men on base in the last 4 innings, and you wonder whether they're going to run out of innings in this game.
Well, you know they're going to bemoan the missed opportunities that they've had in this ball game, but when you think about it, they were down 6-0. They've grinded, they've worked some good at bats, and even though they haven't cashed in as much as they could, they're back in this ball game at a 2-run deficit, a bloop and a blast, and it's a tie game.
And the Cardinals are a team that can do it at the plate without question. Mitchell Boggs has come on in relief for the Cardinals, and their relief pitching has been exemplary after Wainwright was knocked out in the 3rd. So here is Mitchell Boggs. Appeared in 78 games, and the most ever by a Cardinals right-hander. He was 4th in the league in appearances, and this is his 3rd. It's actually his 4th appearance in this series. Took the loss in game 1 after Zepchinski couldn't get the final out in the 8th inning, and then a scoreless 8th inning in game 2 and a scoreless 8th in game 4. Home runs by the Washington Nationals. Zimmerman there, then Harper, and Michael Morse.
Call him the Beast, Michael Morse. Well, Dick, stop me if you've heard this before, but another power arm coming in from the bullpen. Mitchell Boggs throws extremely hard, average fastball right at 96 miles per hour this year. Throws a very hard slider that will touch 90 at times. His changeup is 88.
And he has been used as the setup man, the 8th inning man for Mike Matheny. And last year, Tony Lewis had never really identified Jason Mott as the closer, and Boggs was involved as well. In any event, the Nationals lead has been cut to 2 after that early barrage, and Jason Worth leading off, and he takes ball 1. Worth with a double in the 1st inning, scored a run, has been retired the last 2 times. One and one to Worth. Since that last home run by Morse that we showed you, the Nationals have only 1 hit since the 3rd inning, and that was a single by Kurt Suzuki in the 6th. 2-1. Tyler Clippard. An outstanding Clippard and his mates last night. Two and two.
That's what he does. That's why he's the leadoff hitter for the Nationals. You look at Jason Worth, and you'd figure he'd be some kind of a middle of the lineup run producer, and he's done that before in his career. But with this Nationals lineup, they love his on-base percentage up at the top of the order, his ability to work counts.
Payoff pitch and grounded to Cosma. Worth is retired. There is 1 out in the 7th inning, and Bryce Harper, who has never faced Mitchell Boggs, coming to the plate. What a game for Harper. A breakout game when the Nationals needed it the most. A triple and an RBI in the 1st inning, and then a leadoff home run in the 3rd.
You get the feeling Bryce Harper just didn't want the season to end. This is a guy that looks like he has fun playing the game of baseball, and the idea of an elimination game and having to go home and take the uniform off until next spring probably wasn't very desirous for him.
Wanted to keep on going somehow, some way. How about the years that he and Mike Trout had this season?
It's a great time in baseball. A lot of tremendous, talented young players breaking in at the major league level at very young ages. Bryce Harper maybe a little more fanfare when he broke in, but Mike Trout with an MVP caliber season over there in the American League.
Boggs falls behind 2-0. Adam Wainwright started, and he was shelled. Gave up all of the 6 runs, working 2 1/3. But Kelly, Rosenthal, Mojica have pitched well in relief for the Cardinals. And a strike, 2-1. Adam Wainwright, who came back from Tommy John surgery, started 32 games, including then the opening game of the series. Late swing by Harper, and it's 2-2. As David Aldridge reported at the top, Chris Carpenter would not be used tonight.
And knowing the kind of competitor Chris Carpenter is, I wouldn't want to be part of that conversation between his manager and telling Chris Carpenter you're not allowed to play tonight.
Foul ball down the line and indicated by Marvin Hudson, the third base umpire, right on the plate.
Another late swing by Bryce Harper. You see how far off the line David Freese is playing. The ball bounced in fair territory before the bag, but a lot of side spin, really shot into foul territory. Clearly foul past the bag. Good call by Marvin Hudson.
So Boggs is 2-2 to Bryce Harper with 1 out, and Ryan Zimmerman waiting to hit for the Nationals, who scored 3 in the first and 3 in the third. Cardinals with a run in the fourth, 2 in the fifth, and 1 in the seventh. And there's a shot hit to center field, but it's going to die out there, and John Jay comes in to make the play, and Harper retired for the second out. So Ryan Zimmerman will come up for the 4th time, and will get a big hand when he comes up.
Yeah, Jay stumbled just a little bit out there in center field, but good balance, was able to stay on his feet, make the recovery and the catch.
2-run homer for Zimmerman in the first, his second homer of the series, and then a double in the third. Took a called third strike his last time up. Pitch low, ball 1. Tyler Clippard in the bullpen and setting up for Davey Johnson. For Clippard, and then Storen to come in and save it. There's a call strike to Zimmerman. 1-1. Davey Johnson, of course, it's been a while since he managed, but he was pretty active. He wasn't just sitting at home, was he?
No, he coached Team USA in the Olympics to a bronze medal. He was also doing some managing in the Florida, I believe it's called the Florida Summer Intercollegiate League, one of those wood bat summer leagues for college players. Did that for a couple of years. He stayed involved in the game, just not at this level.
And Zimmerman with the count now 2-2. Jason Mott is up now in the Cardinal bullpen. Cardinals trailing by 2 runs here in the bottom of the 7th inning, and there's a shot gloved beautifully by Cosma, and Zimmerman is out. A 1-2-3 inning for Boggs. We go to the 8th, and it's 6-4.
Well, if the Cardinals are unable to get back into this ball game, they will look back at that 5th inning and some missed opportunities. Matt Holliday with a little tapper back to the mound with the bases loaded. Yadier Molina swinging at the first pitch, flies out to right field. And then after scoring 1 run in the 7th, Edwin Jackson limits the damage by striking out Alan Craig and David Freese to get out of that inning.
And Tyler Clippard is on, and he was part of that strikeout force for the Nationals last night as he struck out the side in the 8th inning and will come on to face the bottom third of the Cardinal order here in the 8th inning tonight.
See the numbers for Clippard this season. Yeah, his skipper Davey Johnson said he's never seen Clippard throw harder than he did last night. Throughout the regular season, his average fastball was just a tick under 93. He was hitting 95 and 96 last night.
One was throwing harder than the other. Descalso, who was 1 for 3 with a double leading off against Clippard. And the first pitch is in for a strike.
That's a funny thing to talk about Clippard throwing hard. His best pitch is that straight changeup we just saw there to start the sequence to Daniel Descalso.
Zimmerman struck out the side in the 7th. Clippard did it in the 8th inning. And then 2 more strikes by Drew Storen in the 9th. One and 1 to Descalso. Scored on a wild pitch after he doubled in the 5th.
Well, obviously it helps to have good stuff, but one thing a pitcher can do to try to deceive a hitter is to have some deception in your delivery. We talked about Sean Burnett, the lefty, earlier in the ball game that threw across his body. Clippard gives you that high front side, the left elbow and the glove leading the way for his throwing arm. Very tough for a hitter to pick the ball up if you haven't seen him before.
5th year with the Nationals after coming up through the Yankee organization and with a count 1-2. Crowd looking for the K. And just getting a piece of it is Descalso. Well, not counting fielders' choices, in the last 4 innings, 11 Cardinals have reached. 4 have scored, but they have left 7 on the base paths. Two and 2 now to Descalso with Pete Kozma to follow, and then a pinch hitter in the pitcher spot. And a fly ball down the right field line. Worth is chasing it, and it's going to be gone. A home run. Daniel Descalso with his 2nd home run of the series brings the Cardinals to within a run. Leadoff home run for Descalso and the Cardinals, and it's now a 6-5 game.
Descalso looked like he was just waiting for that next changeup. It's out over the plate. He reaches out, hooks it back down the right field line for a solo leadoff home run here. Clippard perhaps went to the well once too often. Location up and out over the plate. Descalso made him pay.
Here is Pete Kozma showing bunt and taking ball 1. So how about the last 4 hitters in the Cardinal lineup? Freese has a couple of hits. Descalso with a double and a home run. Kozma has a single.
Shane Robinson is a pinch hitter in a pitcher spot, walked and scored back in that 5th inning.
And Matt Carpenter in the on-deck circle will pinch hit for Mitchell Boggs. The count is 1-1 to Kozma. Here's Carpenter. Fastball, 1-2.
Suzuki sets up on that outside corner, catches the ball right in front of his body, even though it appeared to be off the corner just a little bit.
Nobody out. Nobody on. The count 1-2 to Pete Kozma. And he pops it up down the left field line. Ian Desmond calls for it and makes the catch in foul territory for the first out here in the 8th. And the largest crowd in Nationals history witnessing this 5th game, and things have gotten a little tight for the fans and the Nationals after taking a 6-0 lead. It's now 6-5. But the attendance, 45,966, the largest crowd in National history, as Carpenter will come up to pinch hit for Boggs.
Interesting at bat here, Dick. Excuse me. Matt Carpenter on the season was a .500 hitter against changeup, slugging nearly .800.
Strike one to Carpenter.
And we've documented that Tyler Clippard's best pitch is a straight changeup. Carpenter has what they call in the game a slider speed bat. Catches up to off-speed pitches in the strike zone. Mediocre fastballs out over the plate. Clippard has got to locate that changeup.
Carpenter is 0 for 3 as a pinch hitter. Cardinals have not had a successful pinch hit in the series. And now Clippard is ahead of him 0-2.
And you can see that time Carpenter well tardy on a 93-mile-an-hour fastball in a location that a lot of left-handed hitters hammer fastballs.
Again, a comment on the largest crowd. It's in Nationals Park history. We used to play at Old Griffith Stadium and RFK Stadium here. That's high, 1-2. Carpenter, the third pinch hitter tonight for the Cardinals. Shane Robinson drew a walk. Schumacher bounced out. And 1-2 now with 1 out to Carpenter here in the 8th. You consider the Nationals with 3 in the first and 3 in the third. Extra base hits and 3 home runs, and the Cardinals fighting back with 1 in the 4th, 2 in the 5th, 1 in the 7th, and 1 here in the 8th inning. Just missed, and it's 3-2.
First changeup in the sequence, went after him with 4 straight fastballs. Finally goes to his bread and butter pitch, that changeup, and that is a good location. Carpenter, you can see him bend over at the waist to watch that pitch tail out of the strike zone.
On deck, the top of the order, John Jay. Here's the payoff pitch. And staying alive, fouled at the plate. This crowd a lot more tense than they were earlier when they had a 6-0 lead, and it looked like they were going to roll to win this division series. And good fastball. Carpenter strikes out for the 2nd out.
Well, that's the thing. This time of year, Dick, if you have a hole in your swing, if you have a weakness, the opposing pitchers are going to find it and they're going to exploit it. Nationals are well aware that Matt Carpenter's a good off-speed hitter, so the only changeups they threw him were out of the strike zone away. Finished him off with a fastball up.
2 out to John Jay. 0 for 3 and walked and scored a run last inning. Way out in front of that one for strike 1.
Jay, on the other hand, may see all changeups in this at bat. He is a really good fastball hitter, struggles with the straight change. During the regular season, hit only 179 against changeups.
Pitch is outside, so if you're not going to give him the off-speed pitch, you're not going to throw one near the plate, and the count is 1-1 with 2 out. Hits are all even now at 8 apiece. Nationals lead the Cardinals 6-5. The winner will move on to the National League Championship Series against the Giants. If the Nationals win, The Giants will come here. If the Cardinals win, the Cardinals will go out to the Bay Area. Tyler Clippard, 27-year-old from Newport Richey, Florida. Been a setup man, in fact, a real good one a couple of years ago. Also won 11 games in 2010. Missed outside.
Yeah, Clippard may be missing a little bit with that changeup off the outside corner, but that's where you want to miss with that pitch. You don't want to make a mistake with a changeup over the heart of the plate, or even a guy like John Jay could put a power swing on it.
2-2 pitch lifted in the air to right center field. Harper calls for it and makes the catch to retire the side. Cardinals, with a leadoff home run by Descalso, now trail 6-5 as the Nats come up in the 8th. Cardinals 6-5 with the Nationals coming up in the last of the 8th. And coming up after our game, it's Inside MLB presented by Captain Morgan. Remember to drink responsibly. So Jason Mott is on. He normally is the closer, but Mike Matheny calling on all of his better pitchers here, and they've done a great job, the bullpen, since Wainwright gave up the 6 runs, Bob.
Yeah, Jason Mott's been real good for Mike Matheny all year. 42 saves in 49 opportunities. Big time power arm once again. Throws a 4-seam fastball, a cut fastball in the mid-90s. Is allergic to off-speed pitches.
In a non-safe situation, game 1 retired the Nationals in order. Adam LaRoche fouls back the first pitch for a strike. LaRoche 0 for 3 has struck out twice. Cardinals bullpen tonight in 4 2/3 innings have given up 1 hit, no runs, have walked 1 and struck out 5. That's as good as it gets.
That's pretty darn good.
Bruce Storen is up and throwing. to no one's surprise, in the Nats bullpen. One and one, the count to LaRoche, followed by Michael Morse and Ian Desmond. And it's 2-1 now.
Jason Mott started his professional career in the Cardinals organization as a catcher. After 264 minor league games, a 191 batting average, and 4 home runs, they decided to take that strong arm and put it on the mound.
Good pitch in on the fist, fouled away. So he can call his own pitches and doesn't need Yadi or Molina to flash the fingers.
Well, he has a little bit of a catcher's delivery out there on the mound. Very short arm, almost puts the ball up behind his right ear. Yeah, like you would see a catcher throw to second base, but really gets a lot of arm speed going toward home plate to generate that velocity.
2-2 pitch and a full count to LaRoche. National bats have been quiet ever since Morse homered in the 3rd inning. Only 1 hit and 1 walk since that time. And they left 2 on base in the 6th. And a line drive, base hit to right field. Starts it off in the bottom of the 8th. Adam LaRoche is aboard. And that's hit number 9 for Washington.
.98-mile-per-hour fastball from Jason Mott. Adam LaRoche turned it around like he knew it was coming, because he probably did. I mentioned Jason Mott just does not change speeds. Hard four-seam fastball, hard cut fastball.
So Michael Morse, who has a home run, his first homer and first RBI in the series, coming to the plate. 1 for 3. And in his career, 2 for 5 against Mitchell Boggs. Or I should say, Jason Mott. Nationals looking for an important insurance run. Line drive, base hit, center field. Stopping at second is LaRoche. First and second, nobody out, and Ian Desmond coming to the plate.
No secrets with Jason Mott. Gear it up. Just set that knob on the, or rather the dial on the bottom of your bat to fastball and be ready to hit it.
And Ian Desmond, who's 0 for 3. Struck out his first 2 times. So LaRoche, the runner at second. Morse on at first base.
I think he's going to be swinging away. No sacrifice bunts on the season for Ian Desmond. And we've talked about Davey Johnson throughout this series. We're just not a big believer in that sacrifice bunt.
Played second base for Earl Weaver, who didn't believe in the bunt either. He said, give me the 3-run homer.
Well, Desmond's capable of that. I mentioned earlier, 25 bombs on the season. Great power for a middle infielder.
Fouled into the Nats dugout, and it's 1-1. Ian Desmond. Mentioned the 25 home runs, and that's the most by any Washington shortstop ever, whether they were called the Senators or the Nats. Two on and nobody out here in the bottom of the 8th. Out of play to the right. Danny Espinosa on deck. So the Cardinals need Jason Mott to pitch out of trouble here. Keep this a 1-run game into the 9th inning. Cardinals have some tough hitters coming up in that 9th. 1-2 pitch grounded. Freeze gloves it. gets the force at second, not in time at first. So Desmond is on at first. LaRoche goes to third. There's one out. Runners at the corners.
Slowly hit ball to the left side. Freese moving to his left. Gets to it in pretty good shape. Takes a little bit of time and then throws a changeup over there to Daniel Descalso, who just does not have enough time to complete the double play.
So the Cardinals are going to bring their infield in and try to cut off the run at the plate with a 1-run lead by the Nationals. Here is Danny Espinosa. 0 for 2, walked his last time up. And a ground ball foul. The Cardinals have not executed a double play, which of course also means that the Nats have not hit into a double play yet in this series. 0-1 the count to Espinosa. Very big batter at the plate right here as this series hangs in the balance in the 5th and deciding game. Will the Nationals, with the best record in the league and a great story this year, move on and finally put the Cardinals out of it after their dramatics the last 2 years? And it's popped up to the infield. Craig makes the catch in foul territory, and a big out for Jason Mott. 2 out now with first and third, and Kurt Suzuki will come to the plate. Suzuki 2 for 3 with a pair of singles. And looking ahead to the Cardinal ninth, it'll be Beltran, Holiday, and Craig, the 2, 3, and 4 hitters, against Drew Storen, the closer. Right now it's a 1-run game. Bases are first and third with 2 away. And a strike to Suzuki.
A little bit of a false start that time at first by Ian Desmond. Davey doesn't like to steal a lot either. The Nationals haven't attempted a stolen base in this 5-game series, but Desmond has base stealing speed. 21 out of 27 during the regular season.
And if Suzuki can keep it alive, Chad Tracy will come up and pinch hit. Storen will be coming in any event in the ninth. Runners at the corners, 2 outs, 1-1. Popped out of play. Now a ball and 2 strikes. Jason Mott, 6th pitcher for Mike Matheny. Adam Wainwright could not finish the third, giving up 6 runs, 3 home runs, and 6 extra base hits. There goes the runner from first, and reaching out to try to make contact. Suzuki does, but fouls it off. And they were sending Ian Desmond.
Yeah, that's a straight steal on the part of Ian Desmond, but Kurt Suzuki trying to take advantage of a pitch that was away, actually off the plate away, and try to shoot a ground ball through that right side of the infield as Desmond was on the move.
And there's a ball hit into center field for a base hit. And the Nationals get that important insurance run and lead 7-5. Kurt Suzuki with his 3rd hit of the game. And it's A huge run for Washington here in the last of the 8th.
Little cutter down below the knees on the outside corner. Suzuki just trying to protect the plate, get the bat on the ball, and he finds the hole up the middle of the field. That is a huge run, Dick. I'll tell you, a one-run ball game, any mistake could possibly get hit out of the ballpark by this powerful Cardinals offense, but that extra run makes all the difference in the world.
Adam LaRoche coming across, and Suzuki, who singled home a run in the 2nd inning of Game 1 and had gone hitless until his 3 hits and, of course, his big RBI single here in the 8th. And here is Chad Tracy pinch hitting for Clippard, and he takes ball 1. So you can almost hear this 45,966 largest crowd in Nationals Park history exhale with that base hit. 1-1.
Twelve hits off the bench for Chad Tracy during the regular season for Davey Johnson. Those 12 hits produced 11 RBI.
0 for 3 officially in this series. So after Kelly, Rosenthal, Mojica, and Boggs held the Nationals scoreless from the 3rd inning on, Mott has given up a run, and this pop-up handled by Freese, and that'll do it for the Nationals in the 8th, but they get a huge run and take a 7-5 lead in the 9th. 3 outs away from moving to the championship series. Nationals lead the Cardinals 7-5 going into the 9th inning, and Drew Storen, the Nats closer, is in the game, and right now let's send it down to David Aldridge.
Dick, this is his 3rd appearance in 3 days. I asked him last night, are you going to be ready to go if they call on you? He says, look, I will find it from somewhere if they need me tonight, and we will see if he's got 3 outs worth, Dick.
He earned the win when Worth hit the homer in the bottom of the 9th inning, picked up a save in Game 1. So here is Drew Storen, Lance Lynn's high school teammate from Brownsburg High School near Indianapolis. And in Game 4, Storen was the winning pitcher, and Lance Lynn took the loss. Those are the 3 that will face Storen, Beltran, Holliday, and Craig in the 9th, Bob.
Fastball, slider, changeup combination from Drew Storen. More sliders to the righties, more changeups to the lefties. And he's a strike thrower. A 3-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio this season.
Beltran has not been retired tonight. Single and a double and 2 walks, and has scored a run. 1-0 to Beltran. Last chance for the Cardinals, who beat the Braves to get into this division series as the second wild card. 1-1 to Beltran. Drew Storen, who had elbow surgery, 25 years old. Shot to center field. Harper going back, and it's over his head. Bounces off the wall. Beltran, after a bobble, will hold his second. And a leadoff double here in the 9th inning by Carlos Beltran. His 3rd hit of the game and 2nd double.
Beltran just continues to amass big numbers in the postseason offensively. That's a rocket short hopping the fence out there in center field. Even Bryce Harper's speed can't catch up to that one.
Cardinals have a runner in scoring position. And looming large now is that insurance run that the Nats got in the bottom of the 8th. Here's Matt Holliday, who is 1 for 4 with a double and has knocked in 2 runs. Breaking ball, bounce to third. Zimmerman throws out Holliday as Beltran moves to third. 1 out in the 9th.
Every time Ryan Zimmerman throws the ball from third base across the diamond, fans here at Nationals Park hold their breath. There's a lot of issues with that right shoulder. He's going to have some surgery at the end of the season. He's had multiple cortisone shots this year just to be able to go out and play. And that ball leaves his hand. It looks like it's going to go over Adam LaRoche. A lot of sinking action at the very end. Ends up on target.
So Holliday was up as a potential tying run at the plate. So was Alan Craig. And the breaking ball is inside. 1-0 to Craig, who is 0 for 3 with a walk. He walked with the bases loaded.
Well, we talked about Kurt Suzuki getting some pitches for his pitchers earlier in the game. He took one away from Drew Storen that time. That slider was all over the strike zone, and Suzuki pushed it right down below the knees.
Craig had 22 home runs and 92 runs batted in during the season. Swings and misses on a fastball from Storen. Nationals trying to hold on and withstand a Cardinals surge after it was 6-0 at one point. Cardinals came to within 6-5 before the Nats got a run in the bottom of the 8th. Beltran at third, breaking pitch, and it's 2-1 to Alan Craig. Yadier Molina on deck for the Redbirds. There he is.
And the Nationals really only concerned with the guy at the plate right now. Once again playing in their no doubles defense. Everybody, especially Michael Morrison left, playing very deep.
Two and two.
Well-located fastball, bottom of the kneecaps, outside corner. Not much you can do with that pitch, even if you do make contact.
Staying alive is Craig. Drew Storen, who did not pitch this year until July the 19th. Coming off of that elbow surgery. Cardinals need 2 to tie. Beltran at third with 1 out, 2-2 to Alan Craig, the cleanup hitter. And Craig goes down for the second out of the night.
Wicked slider from Drew Storen. Mentioned fastball slider to the righties. That pounded Craig with some fastballs on that outside corner. Comes back with a slider in the same location, working off the corner of the plate. Swing and a miss from Alan Craig.
So a 2-run lead, 2 out, runner at third, and Yadier Molina coming up. Molina is 0 for 3, walked his last time up. Molina 1 for 5 against Storen. The one hit, though, was a home run. One and 0 inside.
That's the second first pitch slider that Storen has thrown in this inning that looked to be a strike. Just didn't get the call and didn't get a real good job from his catcher receiving the pitch.
Nationals 1 out away from moving on to host the San Francisco Giants. Cardinals have stayed alive admirably the last 2 years in postseason. But they're down to their last out. Foul straight back, and it's 1-1 to Molina. A lot of people didn't think the Cardinals would get this far after losing Albert Pujols, Tony La Russa, and Dave Duncan, the manager and pitching coach combination, and then injuries to Furcal and Lance Berkman. But they got to postseason and are in the division series now, trying to hang on. 1-1 pitch, 2-1. Cardinals string of 5 consecutive elimination game victories in postseason on the line here. And a foul ball out of play. And now the Cardinals down to their last strike. And it's 3-2 now to Molina. And if he can keep it going, David Freese. What a man for the Cardinals to have come up here. If Molina can keep it alive. Beltran is at third. 2 out, 2-run lead for the Nationals here in the 9th inning. And ball 4, and Yadier Molina draws the walk, and runners now at first and third, so the tying runs are on the base paths, and David Freese coming to the plate. Yes.
Slider left way up above the top of the strike zone by Drew Storen. 2 bench players available for Mike Matheny. One, Adron Chambers, who has been used as a pinch runner a lot during the second half of the season. The other, his backup catcher, Tony Cruz. Would he pinch run for Yadier Molina? I don't believe so.
And he's not a bad base runner at that. And here is Freese, and grounds the first pitch foul. Freese with 2 hits and 4 trips tonight. And the Cardinals are going to need his postseason exploits that he showed last year to hang in there. 1 strike, 2 outs. Well, these fans are loving it. And a tad nervous. One and one to Freeze. Good pitch in on the fist. Freeze getting the fastball and fouls it. So it's 1 ball and 2 strikes, and again the Cardinals down to their last strike.
Got to be careful in there. David Freeze, a very dangerous hitter from the middle of the plate in. That's where his power is. Most teams, especially in this particular situation, just try to stay away.
Team with the best record in baseball, trying to complete a come-from-behind win in the series against the experienced Cardinals. Check swing. And it's 2-2 as they check with Ed Hickox, the first base umpire on this.
Yeah, it looked like he was able to hold it back that time. A little bit of indecision. Good slider once again from Drew Storen in a great location when he's ahead in the count. That time Freeze able to check.
First and third. 2 out. 2-run lead. 2-2 to Freeze. Just missing outside. And the count is full. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
I'd have to think about holding Yadier Molina on first base right here. Adam LaRoche is going to swing around and play behind him. But Yadier Molina represents the tying run, and as you mentioned, he's a good base runner. Not a fast base runner, but a good base runner. I would hold him on first base. Very little chance David Freeze is going to hit a ground ball to the right side.
Payoff pitch with 2 out. And there goes Molina. And ball 4. And the bases are loaded with 2 outs. And the tying runs are in scoring position here in the 9th inning with Daniel Descalso coming up. And he homered his last time. And going out to the mound, Steve McCatty to talk to his closer.
Let's take a look at how Drew Storen attacked David Freeze in that particular at bat, representing the go-ahead run in this ball game. Starts him with that nasty slider that was fouled away, just misses off the outside corner, misses up and in. That was the pitch the Nationals wanted, that fastball that was well off the outside corner, but wishful thinking on the part of the fans here at Nationals Park. Storen looked like he just didn't want too much to do with Freeze in that particular situation.
And you mentioned Adron Chambers, the speedy pinch runner, and he's going to go in run now for Molina at second because Chambers is the key runner at second. Bases are loaded. A 2-run lead for the Nats. And Descalso, who has doubled and homered. Homered his last at bat. Coming down to the wire in this game. And there's a ball hit off the glove of Desmond. 2 runs are going to score. The Cardinals will tie it up. Descalso with a sharp ground ball off the glove of Ian Desmond, and we have a new ball game. And the Cardinals coming back and tying the game at 7-7. A base hit for Descalso after homering last inning.
A bullet back up the middle of the field. Desmond able to get a glove on it. Looked like he was a little off balance as he made that dive to his left. Beltran will score easily. The pinch runner Chambers right behind him to tie it up. Wow.
And you've said it, and you can look at the face of the fans here anticipating the clincher here and moving on, but the Cardinals never say die. They're never out of it until you actually get them retired and out of it. And here is Kozma, and he takes strike one. Tony Cruz is on deck for the Cardinals, backup catcher. And he would bat in the pitcher spot. Runners at first and third and a called strike. So the go-ahead run is at third base in David Freese. On at first base is Daniel Descalso. "7-7 the score. It was 6-0 Washington. 5 runs across the plate for the Cardinals, and then the insurance run. There goes the runner from first. And he's in at second base. And all that does is affect a possible force play, as Descalso will be credited with a stolen base. So now second and third. And 1-2 the count to Kozma. Cardinals managing to get 2 runs off of the closer Drew Storen. 1-2 to Kozma, and the count is even. 2 balls and 2 strikes. What a turn of events, Bob Brenly.
I'm telling you. I mean, you get your closer on the mound. You're feeling pretty good about the way things are going. You know, the leadoff double by Beltran, but then 2 quick outs. Fans are on their feet. They're ready to start throwing confetti, and now look at it.
Walks to Molina and Freese before the Sharps single off of Desmond's glove by Descalso. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and a line drive to right field. It's going to be a base hit. 2 runs will score, and the Cardinals take a 9-7 lead. Pete Kozma delivers a 2-run single to right field, and a 9-7 game. 4 runs crossing the plate for the Cardinals here in the 9th.
We alluded to it in the open of the show that perhaps Pete Kozma would be this year's unlikely hero, a la Bucky Dent. I have a feeling there's some National fans that will refer to Pete Kozma with the same adjectives they use for Bucky Dent.
Which we can't say here.
No.
Because this is a family show. And it's 9-7 the score. Kozma knocking in 2 runs, and it could have been Descalso just the same. Both of them unlikely heroes in the bottom third of the order, coming up big for the Cardinals here. And here is Jason Mott batting for himself here. Now we'll look ahead to the Nationals' 9th inning. It'll be the top of the order: Worth, Harper, and Zimmerman. Crowd is stunned. The largest crowd ever to see a game at Nationals Park. Still on their feet, but shocked. 4 runs in for the Cardinals. And the pitch is high, 2-1. Cardinals have scored 6 runs in the last 3 innings. Mott at the plate for the first time this year. And it's out of play. Cardinals relentless in postseason last year, winning the World Championship. And we said there 5 consecutive elimination games in postseason on the line. Right now on their way to make it 6. And Mott strikes out. 4 runs cross the plate for the Cardinals, and the Nationals trail by 2 after leading 6-0. Belkeby coming up in the bottom of the 9th. that's the story of the 5 consecutive postseason elimination game victories by the Cardinals. And keep in mind, they were down to their last strike twice here in the 9th inning, and they were down to their last strike twice in the 6th game of the World Series last year against Texas. And Jason Worth leading off here against Jason Mott. 0-1 the count to him.
Chambers stays in to play left field after pinch running for Yadier Molina. Tony Cruz takes over behind the plate.
Pop foul out of play, and it's 0-2. Jason Worth 1 for 4 with a double. Nationals scored 3 in the first. Double by Worth, triple by Harper, 2-run homer by Zimmerman. 3 more in the 3rd inning on a couple of home runs. And the Cardinals came back. And here's a pop fly out to shallow right field. Beltran calls for it and makes the catch for out number 1. So even with missed opportunities, the Cardinals got back in the game, Bob. They got it to 6-5. And then when the Nationals got the insurance run in the 8th inning, you thought, you know, the damage was done and they could exhale and would sail in, but not the case.
I guess if you're a pessimist, you looked at those missed opportunities and say, well, geez, that's going to cost us a ball game. But if you're an optimist, you say, we've had opportunities. We just need that one base hit. And they were able to come up with them there in the 9th.
4 runs coming in, and here is Bryce Harper with a triple and a home run. And 2 runs batted in, and the fouls it off for strike 1. Shocked crowd. They're all on their feet. And this would be an incredible, heartbreaking defeat for this Nationals team that played so well this year. Fastball, and it's strike 2 to Harper. And chases a pitch up in the eyes, and Harper goes down for the 2nd out.
Way out of the strike zone, almost leaves the pitch tracks at 99. Bryce Harper just can't lay off. Overly aggressive in that at bat.
And if the Cardinals hold this 9-7 lead, they will open up the National League Championship Series in San Francisco against the Giants. Ryan Zimmerman takes strike 1. Mott throwing nothing but strikes here in the bottom of the 9th inning. And interesting that the Giants and the Cardinals would match the last 2 world champions. Giants winning in 2010, and of course the Cardinals last year. And the count now 0-2 to Zimmerman. And this throng is deflated, Bob. There's no question about it. This has got to be one of the unfortunate scenes for a home crowd that we've seen in recent years. Foul ball out of play.
I saw the Cardinals take the wind out of the sails of the Astros fans down at Minute Maid Park when Albert Pujols went deep against Brad Lidge. That was the loudest ballpark I had ever been in, and immediately went silent. This took a little bit longer over the course of that top half of the 9th inning, but the enthusiasm that this Nationals crowd had was sorely tested.
Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes to Zimmerman with 2 outs.
unusual perspective for Yadier Molina. He's not used to watching.
Zimmerman stays alive. He homered in the first inning. 2-run home run, also has a double.
Well, it almost seems appropriate that the hopes of the National fans are riding on Ryan Zimmerman. He is unquestionably the face of this Nationals organization. All-time career leader in every important offensive category for the Nationals.
One and two pitch, and it's popped up. Descalso on the outfield grass makes the catch, and the Cardinals head to their 7th NLCS since 2000. And reminiscent of the scene last year in Philadelphia when the Cardinals beat the Phillies in Game 5. And ultimately winning the World Series as a wild card team. And this time they were the second wild card team and beat the Braves to get into this division series. An incredible comeback with 4 runs in the 9th inning. And the Cardinals defeat the Nationals 9-7 and win the series 3-2.
I think we really saw the experience of the Cardinals in the postseason. They understood even down 6-0 in the 3rd inning. They still had 18 outs left to play with, and they were going to take advantage of every one of those 18 outs until they were all gone. They put themselves in a position in the middle part of the game to possibly get back in it, but really came through in those last 3 innings to come back and win this ball game.
Lost the first game of the series. And last night, Jason Worth with the walk-off home run in the 9th. And the Nationals kept it up, scoring 6 runs in the first 3 innings with 3 home runs. But it ends up as a big disappointment for Davey Johnson's team. They had the best record in baseball, but they'll go down to this never-say-die Cardinal team that somehow, some way, find a way to win.
Hugely disappointing for Davey Johnson and his team, and they'll feel the effects of that for quite some time. However, looking into the future, you have to be really encouraged about this Nationals organization and where they're headed.
And our Chevy player of the game, Descalso, double home run, and the huge single in the 9th. And then Cosma drove in 2 runs. And right now, Daniel Descalso is with David Aldridge.
We got Pete Cosma here, Dick. I don't even know what to say. We were down 6-0. It looks like this thing is gone. I know you guys are a tough bunch, but how on earth did you manage to get back into this game?
We never give up. I mean, they teach us that from the very beginning. I mean, yeah, it's a good ball club. So we're a good ball club too. I mean, you can't give up.
Take us through the at bat with the single that drives in the 2 winning runs.
Well, he threw me a couple fastballs early on. I had to battle up, and then threw me another fastball. I was trying to fight it off, and fortunately, it went in play.
You know, you were thought of as a great glove man. The hitting would be gravy, but you have shown since you've come back up the last time that you get these timely hits. What's changed for you since you've come up?
I don't know. Maybe it's my luck. The ball's falling maybe a little bit more here. That's fine with me.
Well, an amazing comeback, Pete. It speaks to the character of this team. And you've been here for a little while now. What do you get from the leaders of this team, whether it's Holiday and Freeze and some of the other guys?
It's just all of them. All of them together. They'll talk to us younger guys. Just teach us to never give up. And they always, all of them have a little something to tell us, and it's helping.
Pete, congratulations. Good luck to you in the NLCS.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
All right, back to you, Dick.
Maybe that calm demeanor is why the Cardinals hang in there, as Cosma, who was nearly cut from the 40-man roster during the season, delivers the 2-run single that breaks the tie, and they're popping the corks in the Cardinal clubhouse as the St. Louis Cardinals defeat the Nationals 9-7, and then will now play the San Francisco Giants in San Francisco in the National League Championship Series, which will start Sunday on Fox. Right now, let's go down to the field and David Aldridge again.
Daniel, hey, this is just it's unbelievable. I mean, I don't know how you guys do this, continue to do this, but what was it like in the dugout at 6-0?
Well, you don't envision yourself getting behind 6-0, especially with Adam Wainwright on the mound, but we knew we had a lot of game left, and we just needed to keep grinding and battling, and we chipped away, and finally we put ourselves within striking distance late in the game, and had some big at-bats there at the end.
It was the bottom third of the order again that really did a lot of damage. What is it that you guys have been able to do to keep at-bats alive and find pitches that you can put in play?
You know, I think we're just going up there trying to have good at-bats, trying to be tough outs and making those pitchers work, and, sooner or later they're going to, throw you some over the plate to hit. And, we've been battling the whole series. Me and Kaz were able to get a couple good pitches to hit tonight and come up big in some big spots.
You went up there early, against Storen. What were you looking for?
You know what? I was looking for something over the middle to hit. I knew he didn't want to bounce the ball in the dirt and put the tying run at third base, so he threw me a heater down the middle, and I just tried not to be late on it.
Again, you guys, this is the 6th time you faced elimination the last 2 years, and come down to the last strike again. I mean, talk about the character that this team has that continue to grind and continue to try and find a way.
Well, I'm telling you, we would have much rather won yesterday and made it easy on ourselves, but there's a lot of character guys on this ball club, veteran guys that have been in those spots before, and we know how to bounce back. So, we weren't worried coming in today. Even when we're down 6-0, we could have rolled over, but we've got grinders on this team, and they grinded to the last out.
Unbelievable, Daniel. Congratulations. Good luck in the NLCS.
Thanks a lot.
All right, back up to you, Dick.
All right, David, thank you very much. And so the St. Louis Cardinals, and they'll be playing the Giants, both teams with big comebacks. The Giants were down 2 games to the Reds, losing at home, won 3 in a row on the road. And the Cardinals, well, their comeback was based on tonight, Bob Brenly. They were down 6-0, and they end up winning 9-7.
We know the Cardinals are a dangerous team at this time of year, and you look forward to that series against San Francisco. They split the 6 games on the season, 3-3, so no clear favorite going into that NLCS.
So it'll be the Cardinals and the Giants starting in San Francisco, and we put a bow on the season of the Washington Nationals. They had the best record in baseball. First postseason appearance in team history. And again, Steven Strasburg, it was talked about almost daily during the regular season, shut down after September the 7th. 15-6 record on the year.
Well, I don't know what Steven Strasburg could have done to help this team. Ross Detweiler pitching in his spot in the rotation was outstanding. Steven Strasburg, I guess they could have used his bat at times in this series, but I don't think the Nationals have anything to hang their heads about. Obviously very disappointed because of the result here tonight, but as I mentioned a moment ago, you look at some of the young talent they have coming up through the system, the young talent they have here already. Future looks very bright for the Nationals.
It does, but the fans tonight are hanging their heads. So for Bob Brenly and David Aldridge, Dick Stockton saying so long. Our final score, the 5th and deciding game, the Cardinals 9, Nationals 7. Coming up next, Matt Weiner, David Wells, and Dennis Eckersley in the studio for Inside MLB, presented by Captain Morgan. TBS, your home for the 2012 Division Series, exclusive coverage of the American League Championship Series. And right now, let's send you to our studios in Atlanta for Inside MLB.